Hey everyone. There we go. Now, hey everyone. Since Twitch just finally started. Time to do the usual tell the Discord. One day I'll automate it. Sure. Probably. Maybe. I find I work best with the most casual of setup. Anything more than that, nah. Alright, Discord has been alerted. I don't know why I have that on two different browsers, I don't care. My to-do list and all that. Probably handy, though admittedly I don't really need the to-do list today. I'm just going through and restructuring the level anyway. That doesn't require a to-do list. Though occasionally I like to write down notes of what I'm going to do, so I guess it does have value. Oops. I wrote subscribe in the Twitch one. That's awkward. I don't super care, but I don't even show the mod stuff to delete my own stuff. Show mod icons. Can I not delete my own posts? Alright, we'll just rewrite it in that one. Okay. Disaster averted, I guess. I was telling to cook all my stuff because, you know, it is better if you do that at some point. But, like I gotta do it at some point. But since I did that one thing where I used the different shader to test out that substrate thing with like the parallax occlusion, and now I have to redo all the cooking. Parallax occlusion, and now I have to redo all. Oops. Okay. Just cooking on the fly. Alright, now with disaster averted and everything good to go, I can begin. Ugh, neck was so sore last night. I did not sleep well. Oh, well, if I keep trying, eventually I'll get my schedule good. I definitely don't want to be up all night anymore. It's just ain't nothing to do. Are we not opening the other level? Are we just taking forever? Kind of taking forever. $100% CPU usage. What's going on? Where's the 100%? You good, Unreal? Doesn't seem good. I'm just gonna end task on Unreal because I don't know what it's doing, but 100% CPU usage is kind of insane. Well, if it's gonna crash the stream, might as well start the stream out by crashing it, not later. Unreal shader compilers are going nuts. Huh. Well, if I can even run it. As you can see, the shader compilers are just doing their thing right now. But getting it to stop is harder than expected. Guess I shouldn't have clicked that just while it was doing its thing, huh? Well, see if I can fix this problem real fast. It looks like it just does another one every time I try. I'll open Unreal Engine again and see if I can go from there. I don't know what else I'm trying to do. Apparently it just is going to finish its job no matter what. I cannot stop this. Okay. Now you gotta start the day out with the dumb, right? And a bot too? Oh, that's enjoyable. Yay, bot. Let me take frustration out on a bot. Frustration has been taken out. Guess I should have left it open. I was trying to open the level and it was frozen though, so. Okay, hammer the bot. Well, I thought I was just gonna start. Well, while it's figuring its crap out. Guess I can go over my list of things here and sort it a bit more. Yeah, we don't care about this right now. Also hiding my chat for some reason. Hey TX, how's it going? I'm waiting for Unreal Engine to start, but it's apparently compiling shaders forever. And every time I close one, it just keeps doing it, so it really wants to compile those shaders. And so I'm kind of waiting for it to pick one. I told it to cook the stuff when I wasn't, you know, while I was just waiting. And I was doing all this stuff. That was a big mistake. That was just a big mistake. Going good. Got someone streaming, listening to the Bible for the last 5 hours. Ray needs a break. That does sound rough. I don't believe I could accomplish that. That would be challenging. I got nothing against the Bible, but I sure don't want to hear 5 hours of it. This does not sound like my a way to start my day. Let's put it that way. Yeah. I mean, you know, it's like what, 8:31 a.m. here? Can you imagine waking up at 3:31 a.m. for 5 hours of the Bible? I can't even imagine wanting to wake up at 3:31 a.m. for 5 hours of anything unless she's cute. Maybe that. Even then, she could have picked a better time. Seriously, like, she really could have picked a better time. Hear me out. Reckon we're listening? I don't know, at some point I just go with the sound of silence. Like, when my options are just so bad, I'm just like, listen, sometimes it's okay to be just nothing going on. Depends on how awful things are to choose from. I will often listen to music too, but it depends. Sometimes I don't want to hear music. If I'm doing art, I want to hear music, and if I'm doing writing, I don't. I hate listening to music while I'm writing. It's distracting. When I'm coding, it's a mix. I don't know. It's kind of whenever. But if I'm doing my online selling, oh god, I'll listen to anything. I don't even care. Just anything besides that. Boredom. So tedious. So tedious. Reminds me, I gotta put a bunch of cards in the mail too. Bible, music, streams, and videos. That's fair. I'll put people's streams in the background. I like streams where I can talk to people. I hate ones where I can't. Like I don't want to sit in a stream and be like, just watch them do something. I'm a chatter. I have to talk to people. That's fair. Yeah, after a while, at least maybe for me, I've discovered that I just hate cards now. Like, I don't want to look at them. I don't want anything to do with them. I hate them because it's mind-numbing. That's just all they are, just an endless supply of cards. And there's no enjoyment anymore. It's just, they're just there. Hey, does N0. Take my advice for the PC build? What was my advice? I don't remember. I say a lot of things. Half the time, especially at night, I was mostly drinking, so I don't actually remember half of what I've said at night. All I know is it was clearly sage wisdom because I said it. Yeah? Huh? Just saying? Yeah, imagine I had a card shop owner or two. Yeah. The first time you sit there and you have to sort through 25,000 bulk rares, you really start. You lose something about the magic of the whole opening packs thing. You think to yourself, man, 25,000 times people open these packs of cards and this was the crap they got. Very different. And mine's like 3 weeks ago. Oh my gosh, that's like eternity. I don't even remember yesterday. I just tell people I have like a, The goldfish brain, if the goldfish did a line of Coke first. But I'm glad you followed my sage advice. Unless it didn't work out, in which case you shouldn't have followed my sage advice. Yes. Okay. I can't save. Are you still... What is that? Output log. Come here for a second. What you doing, buddy? Pal, friend? You busy? These shader compile workers are just going ham in the background here and have been for some time. But ending tasks doesn't do anything on them. They've just been going forever. But it doesn't say it's actually compiling anything. Indeed. Yeah, a couple of them fast enough to... Did I finally get him? Oh my gosh, I finally got the shader compilers to stop. Alright, boys, we're back to only 21 or 22%. Oh, well, 24 now. CPU usage. Was it 100% the whole time? It's just like, nope, we can't do anything. You're not allowed to do anything. I'm like, but, really? Aw. RTX 5070 Ti, hell yeah. 32 gigs of RAM, nice, nice. B650 on motherboard, 2 terabytes to start with. Ryzen 7, 7700. Nice, nice. I guess that'll get the job done. Time to open up a copy of Minesweeper. Because the best type of the best use of power is a gross misuse of power. Yes. Thing that a player started attached to this. What is even going on with this painting? Why is it here? I have questions. I mean, I guess I consider this table. These paintings are huge, by the way. They really are. I feel like they should be smaller. They are set to small. They're at 0.5. It's actually half the size they're supposed to be. Really? The hell? Why are they so big? I understand. Yeah, shared root of that. And then the static mesh is huge, of course. But the shared root is tiny. You gonna get to work making a game? Huh? Get some Unreal 5 in there? Yeah, maybe? Maybe? This has gotta be a better size. I need a player start. It doesn't even have one. Why doesn't it have one? This is just a disaster going on in this place right now. Just a total disaster. Well, I guess I could have a mini hallway here. Be about the best strategy I can come up with. This is... God, there's disasters everywhere around here. I got a door shape here, maybe? I do. Oh, there's the player start. Oh wait, never mind. This is the one for jumping in from the second chapter. Or from the first chapter. Still have to figure out what to do with this room. It should probably have an entrance into here. I have a running joke that I do now where I often put the last room like right next to the first room, and there's just like one door separating between you and the last room for a floor. Just to be that guy. Yeah. It's kind of wide. I don't know why I made it so wide. That's probably fine. This is gonna be the most awkward room. And the ugly part is it has to be important too. Thanks, I hate it. There's no way around it. Basically just have the key for the pirate graveyard. But I wanted to do the Lover's Altar like much earlier in this chapter. I guess you'll get it for the third chapter, and I guess for the, well, it's not going to be helpful against Sally, so I forgot what I actually wrote the exact ability. I know what the last ability is for the lovers, but every other ability I don't remember. Temporary charm, yeah. Yeah. I have to program the rest of that. I programmed how to make the charm thing and create a whole faction system just for that, but there's much more that must be done for that tarot card. There's a bunch that's been for like a lot of the tarot cards. Can't wait till we get to the full effects of the World Tarot. That one's gonna be spicy. Better be. After all, it's supposed to represent the completion of a journey. I mean, like, if you don't make that spicy, what are you even doing with your time? Why is this door hard to move? It must be attached to something. No, it's just a door. You have to push this over a bit. The door is too big for this small area. I could just not have a table here and then put this in the center. It'd probably be a lot better. Would it? I mean, I could push the table against the wall, but I kind of want it to be like a little restaurant here, so obviously this is the most awkward table. I actually don't need these here. I don't even know why I'm putting them in. I guess they're just kind of a decoration versus anything else. Make it look like it's holding something up. That's fair. I gotta make new ones though. The cylinders just being stretched over and over. I'll figure it out. How important is this other door? Really? Well, there's no other way to enter to there. Like, this is underwater, so I can't have that be an entrance to Toy City. Up higher up here is that. Technically, this represents exactly nothing on the other map. Or should I have to change it for Toy City too? Pesky hair in my mouth. Like that. Gross. Well, either way, I'm going to want something here. I'm not just going to leave it empty. I just need to delete this one. Get a bit of a remake in there for that. What is even going on with this one? It's so fat. Why is it so fat? We have the hidden area under here. I'm still going to find a use for this little hidden area. I'm not giving up my hidden areas. I don't care if it was, you know, no longer leading anywhere. Now I'm just going to put a secret down here and you'll use the moon door to get to it. That's all. I'm not sure how you're going to arrive at this little spot, but... I already converted it into a pipe, huh? I mean, I could have it be a little secret pipe that goes into here for some reason. Then you run underneath some stuff to get to it. I don't hate that. Okay, I'm just gonna redo this wall anyway. I'm gonna leave that wall there for a second. I need the positioning on it before I ditch it with another one. And this just represents something. What a mess. I guess I can only have one of these, huh? Seems like too few cooking places for the scope of the place. It was designed to be a much larger restaurant. I guess to be fair, as you go farther down, I was going to have larger and larger establishments. Actually, I'm probably just going to have 2 restaurants in the building. There was originally no restaurants in the building. Just one day I decided the Broken Compass should exist. And thus, that's how it happened. That's how it happened. That's it. Just one day there it was. That's like half my design decisions in this game. You know, it's just like, one day, hear me out, this. That's how it happened. Oh, it's actually going to the other room, isn't it? Yeah. Feels to me like this should be farther down a bit. Like everything got moved a bit. And all the walls are slightly too short? No, it's just that wall is slightly too short, huh? Interesting. That's okay, I'm remaking crap right now anyway, so what does it matter? It's a long save there, buddy. Failed to save. Okay, I'm gonna restart the engine. No point working on a level that's failing to save, right? Probably all that shader error crap. It's okay, I didn't do that much. I'll have to come up with new concepts for the layout for chapter 3 as well. Need to get back to advertising my game on Steam too, and updating it and everything. That's the part of game dev they never really tell you about, the amount of marketing you're going to have to do. However much you think you're going to develop the game, you're going to do about the same in marketing. Yeah, we got 65 wish lists. I mean, it's been there for like a month and a half and I haven't advertised very well yet. Soon, soon. Oh, another cheap viewers. Ooh. See, we have bots here, and bots are glorious. You just go... boop. And the bot is dead. And then... get the gigantified emote of my banhammer. Yeah. Hey JG, how's it going? You are just in time to see me restart because it wasn't saving this level. Turns out that might be important. Yeah. Imagine saving levels. Who does that? That's weird. Well, we'll see what it did and didn't save on that one. I think it saved nothing. Cool. No, it saved nothing. Well, I'm glad I figured that out before I got too much farther in. Yeah. Back to the broken compass. It's as broken as it sounds. As broken as its name implies. There we go. Before we get any farther in, can I save it? Hmm. Am I gonna have to migrate another version? That's fantastic. Huh. Well, let's go find one of the backups. Not that backup. Well, make me copy everything off of that level onto a different one. I'll do it. Oh god, I wanted to rescue that level. Of all the levels, not that one. It has a landscape on it. I'm not building another landscape. I will remove landscapes from my game if that happens again. Things are glitchy trash. Jesus. The amount of problems. Sometimes I've had to redo them. This is a tiny landscape. But it's getting tedious to do it over and over. Hey, 2XP. How's it going? See if this version of this game works better than the other one. Oh, no. Oh. Wait, is that substrate thing still on? Ugh. Doing good? Nice. Glad to hear it. Doing okay. Always happy to be in game dev. I appear to have ran into some sort of bizarre issue with it not wanting to save a level. So today has been slow going. Pretty much, yeah. Another crash. It's you know, it's taking a while to launch this one. Yeah, pretty much. Who's a good compiler indeed. I'm glad I made game split up into multiple like levels because bugs will happen with them, and if you just had one level, then it would just potentially bug out and ruin everything. Spidey weekend starts early this week. Nice, nice. Early weekends are the best weekends. Are we gonna launch the engine here, buddy? Pal, friend? Enter your car for guarantee check, and I'll put it for sale. Nice, nice. Just decide you don't want it anymore? Getting a new one? And all that? It's gonna disable that now, because I'm probably gonna end up using this copy. Bigger car, like more seats? I see. That like for a family car, or is it just, you know, Friday nights in the town and it's just that many of the ladies coming with you, you know? You're like, oh my. Oh, okay, well, the less fun option is what I heard. Fair enough, fair enough. Probably the, you know, the healthier, better option, the less fun option. Finally, yeah. There was, oh, it was like some Playboy model was talking about, you know, Hugh Hefner, them saying that, you know, back when he was still alive. I think he's dead now. I don't know. Anyway, they were saying they needed a bigger limo because they didn't all fit. And I was like, man, those first world problems, right? I have so many girlfriends, they don't fit in the limo. I need a bigger one. I know, like, the struggle was right. I don't know how he lived. Oh, it's just tough. Some guys out there, you know, they endure the hardships for the rest of us, so we don't have to. I wonder if that substrate plugin screwed everything up. Hope not. That's right, let's be grateful. He did a great service for humanity. Imagine having to live that horrible life. Poor guy. Poor guy indeed. So far I've been streaming for like 45 minutes and accomplished basically nothing. Fantastic. 42 minutes. It do be like that sometimes. It do be like that. Yeah. Yeah. At least, you know, people to chat with. If, you know, I wasn't streaming, it would just literally be, you know, me derping around on like YouTube or something, waiting for it to figure itself out. Now I reserve the really frustrating things to do on, not on stream. The things that nobody wants to watch. And all the compiling and things like that, I usually reserve that for off stream too. Nobody wants to watch that. We building the level? Yeah, okay, I'll, you know, like, as soon as build levels clicked, I'm just... God forbid I build the LODs. It's like half an hour to do that. You don't get to do anything for like half an hour. It's terrible, so I just don't bother. Except for when I'm, you know, able to get up and wander places. Alright. Now to see if I can save this crap. Go ahead and build all your stuff. It's got to do that again because I turned off substrate. That disaster with the parallax occlusion experiment. Let's try this again, but this time with feeling. I didn't really mean it before. The edit just, it wasn't... It didn't have that, you know, dedication behind it. It basically tells the engine, you really, really mean it. That this edit is important. It's a wishy-washy edit, you see. So let me fix that. Okay, I put it there. Can I save? Okay, disaster has been averted. And that's how we fix bugs. We go back to the other version we already made a copy of. Like, okay, sure, whatever. Just ignore it. I fix bugs the same way I deal with in-laws. Another random screeching people that are annoying. Ignore them. Replace them. Yes, ignore and replace. Well, the replacing is the form of ignoring, I guess. No, I didn't select those first. I want bricks here. Also, I'm going to go ahead and turn the lights on for this because editing in the dark is not better. Nope. It's such a weird building. Looks like it's built by the same people who built the Winchester Mystery House. Or maybe Dracula's Castle. What's this one read on it? Is number 36 there? I don't know. I get the feeling shelves and things aren't going to be here. Maybe I'll have some sort of like crap back here to wander behind. Like a storage type of thing or something. I should probably move these chairs out here to match the broken compasses stuff. This wall almost feels like it should have 2 doors through it, but I don't really want to remake this whole wall again. Like I might, but I don't want to. But in reality, well, it would make this have more space in it. Oh, this wall doesn't even cover that. Oh, I deleted it. Ugh. I'm remaking this wall anyway, probably. We're making a tiny little wall here. Well, you know... Oh, thanks, 2XP. Thank you, thank you. Slowly but surely, the climb to the 100 wish list continues. It's not enough for Steam Sama to notice me, but one day Steam Sama will notice me. Oh no, I'm not. Climb to get there has been going, I currently have 65. There have been 69 total wish lists, but 4 were deleted. So, and if you just wish listed it right now, then it hasn't added that, so there'd be 66 wish lists. It takes a moment or two to... Actually, I don't even know how quickly it updates in the background. Just at some point it tells me. Almost nice amount. That's right, it was almost good. You were almost successful. You almost got there. Oh, I too. Nice. Should be a key around here somewhere that I just left here. Key? Ugh, what a mess. Oh yeah, this viewer room needs to be removed too. I gotta remake another wall. Of course I do. I knew this was gonna be a dumpster fire, but the amount of fire in this dumpster, it just seems to be endless. I'm debating on if this should actually be extended into here to have a slightly larger prison. It could if I wanted. And I take the storage and cram it into this little room here? Maybe? And I split this room up purely because it seemed unnecessary to have such a big storage room. But now this room has no function. I'll think about it. What I should be doing is completing these areas over here. Why is it so hard to move that? I was just compiling a million shaders in the background as usual. Damn, Unreal's feisty today. It's just like, I'm gonna compile shaders. You're like, but Unreal, it doesn't say you're compiling in the engine. Doesn't matter, do it anyway. Okay. Does make stuff seem very laggy. Is it a brush? It is. Well, I can just have the door into here from here. I gotta wall this off. Like, I can't have... Yep. Definitely compiling shaders. What I could do is I could shove this wall farther down and then put doors in both of it, as opposed to what it is now. Thus expanding the size of the broken compass. It wouldn't expand it in a meaningful way, though. This has to be a near final objective room, essentially. Because, well, the whole design around the sunken depths has now been... I mean, the whole thing was built around this particular, having to refill the water there and get through this pipe, so... Just because I change what's on the other side doesn't mean I can change all that. I still don't know the level order at this point, how it's going to work. We have to get over and get the moon no matter what. The moon's required to beat the secret garden. I think I'm about to get an upgrade in level design and a downgrade at the same time. The upgrade is that, you know, it has less garbage rooms and some of the rooms are just better laid out, but the actual overall layout of the level is much worse. So let's examine. You're gonna go down here and I need a key that's no longer here. And this wall had to be redone anyway because that key is not there, so whatever. And that key was for what? The viewing room, I believe? This key is just for this box here, sure. There needs to be a key to the viewing room so you can actually get through this. Key. Oh, the key to the other place was down there. When you don't even remember your own layout here. This is the depth control room key. Well, I do need a key either way. I'm not sure where I'm hiding this key yet. I don't think I need this here. It's kind of in the way. Well, it was originally in this general vicinity, so let's just put it back there for now. Don't delete that one. Delete this weirdo one behind it. Just delete these rocks. They don't need to be here. That whole room's getting a redesign. Such a cool looking room too. How unfortunate. And this is the viewing room key. Need a better name for it. This is probably the key to the next one. Well, I gotta redo this wall anyway. I guess I was already redoing the wall. I guess the shaders are done compiling. Look how fast these are moving now. Were they done compiling? No. I don't know what it's doing. Being weird. Alright, anyway. Grotto pump 1. Grotto pump 1. Grotto pump 2. Okay. Grotto pump 2 goes over here. You push the button over there, which then lowers the water to the point where you can get to this key here. The depths control room key, which then lets you go into this room here. And then you can lower the water one more time, which then lets you go back into these areas up here and go into the water over here and down under the waterfall. Into here. I got the key from over here by beating the boss at some point, but I haven't even set up a boss, so get the key, go back to the observatory. Right, this is the observatory key. Crow's Nest key, sure, I gotta change the name to that, fair enough. Still called the Crow's Nest? It most certainly is. Out of my car? You care about that? Oh. Thanks for dropping by and the wish list and all that, and chatting and everything. Good luck with the car. I will be here for many hours yet if you happen to wander back with some free time on your hands. Alright, so yeah, the Crow's Nest key, that's great. What you hear? You're not going to the pirate graveyard, but from here now you have the option of Pirate Cove, which you don't have a key for, and I'm not sure how you're getting into Pirate Cove yet. Probably through some kind of duct system. This is where the break is. This is where you would have gone to the secret garden. But without the secret garden there, the secret garden is now all the way over here. Which means I need a clear path to the secret garden. Which means you shouldn't be getting the Crow's Nest key there. That should now be one of the last keys you get. Just delete some. Actually, no, I guess I want to leave in here. Of course, this room's no longer called Sally's room, so this whole room is. It will be better when everything is done. I swear, probably. But I do realize I need to figure some of this out here. I'm about to redo so much stuff. What functions does this serve again? None? Okay, well now that we figured that out. Just like this one, I just have to redo this wall. Because it was from a different area and clearly not good. Well, either way, this should be higher up. But why are there even two walls in here? Do there need to be two walls in here? That's a good question. Does there? Does there really? Kinda does. Yeah, I guess there does. I have to redo all these up here too. Forgot how much smaller that room was. Well, let's consider moving this whole thing over. Basically, for this to work, I have to do like this as an option where I move everything over. In which case I can then put a hole in this wall over here and that would get the job done. I would just shrink this out there and then the broken compass has space for tables and things. And I still have space in here for this. But the pipe system no longer goes where it's supposed to. No, it does. It's fine. I kind of like that because then the broken compass could actually look into here. Which would be kind of cool. True. Just one problem, I forgot to grab this other brush here. Oh. I have to break into two different walls if I do that. I guess it's fine. I guess I won't be so beholden to having two copies of this wall if I do that. What a mess. Well, I was going to redo a lot of this crap anyway, so it's fine. Actually, let me just duplicate it, honestly, because it's... I just need it to be later in the hierarchy. Wish there was a hierarchy where I could just renumber them. don't know what the objective is going to be in the Broken Compass yet, but every once in a while you just need to have a room that just looks kind of normal. And that's the function the Broken Compass serves, is the occasional just normal room. I could have made an extra room in here too, for that matter. I kind of feel like I should break this room into two because the long hallway style room is not very useful. Every once in a while it's okay, but overall they're not that useful. Where'd the other crystal balls go? Oh. Somehow this was attached to something. Weird. Well, these are both required to drain this area. And I want them visible here so you can see the effect of what they do. And unfortunately that leaves out having another drain room. Actually, the other drain room was up above, right? Yeah, okay. I really want a window to get into this area, and unfortunately there just isn't one. And I would have to remake a whole thing to have a bonus window if that was the case. I mean, some outside windows could lead to a duct system into there, except for I'd have to put a hole in there. I don't think that's going to work the way I want. God, so many problems with what's going on here. These ducts were supposed to get up into here, and then they were used to get to this room here, and then they went over into the other room over here, which would in fact have been where they wanted to go, but not anymore. There's not even a card in here anymore. What a mess. This doesn't even have a room info, so I have to put a gangway in here too. Are they still over here? Speaking of unholy messes. Isn't tall enough. Oops. Never do it that way. You won't like what happens. I mean, technically, I don't even need these first 2 rows of these, but I think they're not actually in the rows. I think they're just the first one, right? If I select the whole row, it's rows are done the other way, right? They're done. Yeah. Well, that's obnoxious. So if I want to delete them, I can delete them one at a time through there. Might be nice to figure out where things are at, though. I'm also going to have to redo the map thing. It won't be square anymore. It'll be rectangular. That's unfortunate. Numbers will be way off, too. Ah, yes, the unnamed room. It was really called Sally's room, so let's move it to there because it's close enough, I guess. These are part of the hidden grotto, so that is acceptable. This is also the hidden grotto. Hidden grotto, and those are all fine. Sure. A little secret viewing room. Now that that's gone. Well, it's now over here. I don't know what I'm going to do with it yet, but something. It's not even accessible at the moment. They're correct. Like a puzzle game in a way. You just keep finding all these pieces everywhere. I grabbed a bunch of things and moved them around, and they're just kind of all fitting together slowly. Very, very slowly. Oh, Dragon Pumper 2 has like a million thingies in it. I don't know if the secret room still exists or not. It might. It does. Now weirdly has a table in it. And a bunch of other crap. Do not question my decorating decisions. They make sense if you don't think about them. Give me fix. That would be a little too early in my day for the old vodka. 9:40 a.m. I guess, you know, over in Russia, you know, there's never too early for vodka, and that's probably fair. So with how my editing was going earlier today, vodka might have helped. It's not wrong. Not wrong indeed. If only worked really like this, where you just go, and then there's money. How's your day going? It would be pretty cool if I had a bunch of coins you could just swim in like that. The Scrooge McDuck thingy. Just have Poppet just swim around in there. When I'm restructuring the building and I had a treasure room like that and I just put it in the water underneath the boss's ship. So you can fall down there into the sunken treasure vault or whatever. I didn't know where else to put it, and I was like, you know what? This might be kind of cool. All that lost treasure in the pirate graveyard. Slowly but surely, this is getting to be less of a catastrophe. Slowly. Yeah, that's probably about where I want it to be there, and I just need a door over here. I guess this pump goes over here, you know, whatever. I made this room slightly smaller. Yeah, show me this one. That is the most awkward bend on a pipe right there. Much better. Or at least some of these were in here for... Because I grabbed all the stuff from the other room, moved it over. I still have to figure out where you're going to go next. I guess under the water you'll have to get the broken compass key or something. And then from the broken compass, then you can go into the secret garden. True. I should pick with Biobreak real fast, but back. It's actually kind of cool in the rest of the house. I come back to my room with the heater computer here, and it's just like, just good times. Till later on in the day when it'll be hot. Just not getting that hot today. Let's see. No, it's supposed to hit 95 today, and then tomorrow hits 77. You're like, what? And then 89 the next day. Just Monday's supposed to hit 100. Oh, and why? Why Monday of all days? That's the worst day for 200. I am sadness at that. Alright, what am I even doing with half this crap? I don't know, I'm just gonna delete a couple of these, I guess. Kind of jam a couple in some places just so I have something here, and I don't know what I'm doing after that. Yeah. Really? I don't need the Sally's Treasure Room ones anymore because we're not doing Sally's Treasure Room. I shrunk this down. I thought I moved this wall farther over. I did. No, I didn't move this wall, I moved that wall. What am I doing with this room? I mean, from the broken compass, you could easily just get into the secret garden. And the dumpster fire that's going on over here. Wait, wasn't there a wall just above this? It was the right shape. Yep. Nah, they're both fine. Hmm. What's this? Oh. Now, once again, I gotta figure out where we're going here. The problem with these rooms is they don't really, there's nothing stopping you from going into these ones there, so it's just like the brig is just part of this setup here. Hey Melia, what type we use to make intros? Well, I mean, Unreal Engine will be involved. Depends on if it's like going to be like in-game stuff or not, honestly. I consider some combination of like images created in this like that, and then having like AI turn them into like things like to make a comic book strip type of setup or something. I don't know. I'm not sure how I'm gonna do intro cutscenes, but indie games, you know, cutscenes are usually like the thing you do like the least of because they're so time consuming and there's only one of me. Oh. Basically what I'm saying is I'm accepting ideas. Yes, I'm accepting ideas. Flip Champ, DaVinci Resolve, fair enough. I mean, as far as like, you know, just videos on YouTube, I think I tried CapCut for one of the, for the one time I did a short just to test it out, and I think I've just used like, what have I even used? Some ghetto thing that barely does editing. It's not even very good. Open shot video editor for purposes of just slamming together something quick, but can't say I've messed too much with things like DaVinci Resolve and the like. I need to spend more time with videos. I really do. I need to spend more time with everything, just in general. Yes. Really feels like this is just a little higher than it's supposed to be. Or a couple of the walls are really low. Yeah, looks like it's right now those. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how I'm gonna make cutscenes for this game, and it's gonna be rough. I have an idea with how the creepypasta do their thing, so maybe I'll make use of that. It does involve some AI usage, but what they do is they make like they tell you a story, a person reads a story like that, and then they put various like scenes of what's going on at various points, and occasionally have AI animate those scenes to like a little bit, like 30-second animations, or not even actually more like 10-second animations of like the things. So the character's like moving, so you generate the image yourself, or you get the image yourself, and then it adds a little life to it without it being like a whole ridiculous thing. And then just making it more almost comic booky style would be maybe. You started videos from YouTube channel before I got to game dev, and I stopped it for a long time, and I get back to it when I realized I can't do cool specific effect in Unreal Engine. That's fair. Yeah. It's definitely a weak point for me that could definitely use some serious work put into it. Sequence is really nice. Use media stream there to render a video. That's fair. I need to look into sequencer a lot. I really do. It's one of the things that is going to be necessary in the future. The low priority right now, I'm still building the game, but when I get to that last polish section with all the trailers and not trailers, but cutscenes, what handful I have, it's gonna be rough. Do I want a shelf between these? I guess you can hop on the shelf. I'll leave this in here. I'm just gonna put this key over. I don't think it's gonna be the big key. Whatever the least amount of work is the right amount of work here. Yeah. It's definitely helped a lot. I mean, if you aren't doing something to advertise your game, it is just... yeah. You get buried in all the things out there, and it's just, it's rough. I have like 65 wish lists at the moment, and like, it's been like a month and a half. I haven't really advertised very well, just streaming has pretty much been my advertising. So, there has been interest, and as soon as I bother to really get into advertising, I imagine the interest will rocket up quite a bit. Also, I've been told the you're supposed to run playtests through Steam, which are just like, you know, limited times where people can try your game out. And those act like little mini demos effectively, gets a lot of interest to your thing. Plus I got a bunch of streamer friends I've been picking up from, you know, doing this who want to play the game, so that'll help. I mean, none of them are like huge streamers, but there's some good numbers amongst them. And they all have interest in the game, so that ain't bad. It's hard. I'm trying to create my game brand on TikTok and Instagram, so I can release multiple games under it, but it's very difficult to point. Yes. My theory is that I'm not trying to make fans for my game. No. I'm trying to make fans for me. Because, you know, the game, nobody can play it right now, but they can still talk to me while I'm streaming. So basically, coming here, they become a fan of me, not a fan of the game itself. Eventually, when the game's out, I'll get fans of the game, but that's obviously a ways off. Yeah. Buy followers. The problem is it kind of works in that you... well, if you have if you're view botting on streaming, you'll get people watching for a little bit, but the problem is they're not real watchers, so it does move you up in the rankings, that is true, which then gives you greater exposure. I mean, you're not supposed to do it, but people do it anyway. But you still have to have something really good, otherwise it doesn't matter, because, you know, you're still selling them on whatever it is you're trying to get them to watch. But I'm just building as I go. I figure just, you know, hard work and, you know, being earnest should be hopefully enough to convince people that what I'm doing is worth it, and if not, then I probably shouldn't be doing what I'm doing. Right? Like, if what I'm doing is not good enough to them, then I should probably look into doing something very different. Algorithm helped. They fixed it like back in 2018. 72 channel at 10k subs. People watching gameplay. Nice. The other thing is consistency too. Like if you just keep doing it over and over and over and do it for years, like a lot of the successful streamers have been at it for like a decade. Like they've been just building followers and just streaming it day in and day out. It takes a long time to build a following. And if you ever foolishly drop off, like, you know, you stop doing it for a bit, it's just pure punishment. Pure punishment. But can you do, you know? I need subs on my YouTube super bad. I only have like 500 some odd subs, not even monetized on it. Not that it really matters too much. I switched it on the days and the traffic dropped off like crazy on that one. But to be fair, since I wasn't paid for it, I don't care. It doesn't... Like, I love that people were watching, but they weren't even really watching. They were just sleeping and YouTube was sending them to me. Not the same. Yeah, age does not help. Sitting all this time is rough. Yeah. Thankfully, game devs are on average old. Like, they're just older as a group. So, I at least appeal to that. But mostly, I just try to show that you can succeed, you know? You can work hard at something and you'll get there if you just keep at it. Hopefully that message is enough to get people interested, at the very least. I just got your 3D pipe surrender on 144 quality straight, still working on the engine. I still have no idea what you're talking about, Cody. Like, you're gonna have to fill in some details on this. You were talking about that yesterday, and my 3D pipes? Are you like setting the stream to like 144 quality or something? What is going on? The context. I see. For me, it's decide what you want to do. You don't have to work for someone, listen to them, play by them. Yeah. I mean, it's nice. If you put hard work into these things, you can do these things, you can make it your own job, you can succeed. So many people think that they can't succeed, but you can succeed. Now, is it going to be easy? No. No. Not. It's definitely not, but the journey is, you know, very exciting. Yeah. It definitely is quite the ride. I tell people that if you don't appreciate the journey, you won't like game dev. Because it's a lot of journey and not a lot of destination. They were pixely, it renders solid more. Straight instead of jagged. I'm just trying to figure out, like, your 3D pipes. Are you talking about the 3D pipes you're doing? And 144 quality, like, what is 144 quality? Like, I'm not sure if this is some, like, major achievement or what's really going on. I have questions. Cough, hack, wheeze, I'm allergic to game dev. The unfortunate truth, it could have been a contender, but my game dev allergy was too strong. Alas, poor me. I think I'll just move one of these over here. What's this one go to? Sally's room? Yeah, okay, I was cleaning this out. And I really wanted an additional sinking thing here because it just looks like it'd fit better, but here we are doing here we are things. Let's move these out of the way of here because they're awkward and weird. I mean, I could get rid of this this door here. At least only one way down though. Usually like two. Even though it doesn't functionally matter that much. It just seems weird to have only one way. The quality in here, the quality on YouTube? On my game? Change it to 140. I literally have no idea what you're talking about. Not a single bit. Like, what am I? Are you telling me to change something to 144? Or you keep saying your game? I don't know of any quality I can change other than a video quality. With like OBS or with like, you know. Pretty much just OBS. Hey Rabbit Deer, I'm going. You're just in time for Game Dev Tetris. Where I sit here and restructure this place by grabbing every single room and rearranging them in order and hoping the crappy rooms disappear when I get straight lines. Table really stand out? Yeah. Okay, the video quality of your game set at 144 looks like 1080, so you're trying to get it to look like really good while you have the quality of this thing set low? Interesting. Why? So many questions. The things people do with their time. I mean, here I am doing this with my time, so just saying. Ain't no stones being thrown here. Gotta do a massive level design restructure since I had to eliminate a bunch of crap. Oh yeah, there's a little restaurant, it's called the Broken Compass, and it's in the second chapter. And I'm I hate this track. I need to remember to remove it from the thing. Yeah, like in the second chapter, there's a little restaurant down here that you get into. Broken Compass, and it's actually, the entrance is over here. It was originally over here, but I had to restructure because what I'm doing is the first chapter I found out had like basically 25% of the building. So basically when you see this floor here, there was this big section of the building with rooms that were like concept rooms that didn't serve a function. They did nothing. And I was sitting there trying to figure out what I was going to do with them for the longest time, and I started realizing that the first chapter was already set up in like a thing this big. So I did the logical thing of just chopping it off and saying, well, it's already fun, it's already great, things are very cohesive. Why am I trying to add crap to this? And that was great for chapter 1, but along comes chapter 2, and chapter 2 was laid out far better. But it did have dead rooms in there, like throughout it. So I've had to organize everything, and I have to reroute all of chapter 2 to make up for the fact that I did that for chapter 1. Which means the broken compass got moved over to the side and kind of shrunk down, actually. Because I had to move this monster of a room over. And this room cannot be shrunk down because you play a game against Charlotte in here, so it has to be huge. And it flubbed up a whole setup I had over here with like these like pipes and everything like that. And oh my god, the layout of this place is so foobarred at the moment. I had to remake a bunch of walls too, and yeah. And that's kind of what I've been doing, is just everything's on top of each other, rooms are being restructured, resized. Yeah. Well, I had this great setup going on where you arrived in this first room. You found yourself like this button over here on this table, and then you used to get double jump out of here. And then from there were multiple ways to get a secret key up here. Okay, cool. And then you went down into this area. And there was a secret way in here that's no longer here, because I removed that room. It got you the key to this room, which then got you the key to this room over here from right here. You got yourself a button. The button lowered the water out here, and also you could shut off the waterfall. And you got the key to the room over here, which also had a button to lower the waterfall. Sorry, to lower the water. Which then got you a key out here. Cool. Right there. To the third room to lower the water all the way down to where it was just barely at that. And then from there you could go back down here and go back behind this waterfall to go fight a boss in here and get a key. Cool, things are going good. This is all still here. Okay. Now the problem is that key then led to here. Which then led to the secret garden, which is not the secret garden anymore. And then you were able to jump out of the secret garden, run all the way around into this like weird hallway system over like that, which is not here either. That led to another pump room that lowered the water in the secret garden one level, and then you led into the Pirate Cove, where you fought Charlotte. And gave you the Moon Tarot, which lets you get into the next portion of the secret garden. Which maybe you don't have, yeah. Basically what I'm saying is that there was a section out here to do things, which then let you go into the first portion of a section here, and then into the battle against Charlotte. And I ripped out this middle section, which is now across the floor because it wouldn't fit anywhere else. So now the routing doesn't make sense. So now there has to be a new routing where you get into the secret garden somewhere. And then another routing where you go over to fight Charlotte to get the Moon Tarot. Before coming back here to beat this. Which then, at the very bottom of this is the Emperor, which makes you immune to water. Which is in here. And the final plan was to go... This is part of where everything's really screwed up. You go back down here and you raise the water back up, but because you're immune to it now, you can now swim your way through this pipe and get into this room here, which used to get you the key and then go to Sally's room. But now there's a different room here because, well, the other one wouldn't fit. Okay. So now this room has to be incredibly important, but it's a weird hallway with a... It does have importance, but not the importance you might think. So you'll need to get, I guess, the last key here and then go face the boss all the way over in the Pirate Graveyard. So basically, because I had to switch the location of the Pirate Graveyard and the Secret Garden, I foobarred the whole level. It wasn't built like that, so now it needs to be completely restructured for that. Some rooms have gotten improved because of it. Some design concepts are just completely lost or need to be just massively redone. And it is a second chapter, so it's not like it's the most pressing, but it's becoming pressing. So we'll see where it goes. It's going to be kind of a struggle, if you will. But I need to settle on the routing. They can be okay. Like originally you went out a window and you popped back into this hallway over here. Like there used to be a window here when this was the other one there, and then you were able to get up into these pipes above the hallway, and then it led to a pipe maze thing. Which then jumped through to a secret area where there was a boss thingy over here, which is not there anymore. And also this room to lower the water for the secret thing. I moved these around, so I got to keep these, but what I don't have is this window anymore. Unless I want to add windows. Ugh. I did just restructure the whole building. But yes, hallways are rough. I don't like them. I try to avoid them because there's just not a lot that can be done with them. Because I can't block a hallway. Like if I block it, how the hell is a person getting through it? It makes no sense. So I'm basically relegated to either small tables and things along the sides, or like some sitting places, or like ducks above it or something like that. On the plus side, I got to get rid of a hallway in the first chapter, replacing it with a much more interesting washroom and a staff room. I mean, it was a really boring hallway. It literally was just like you hopped on this one table and there was some cool faces in it to kind of help out, and it was about it. So the first chapter is now pretty well locked in with some minor design changes I want to make along the way. And it's just embellishing things, or adding lots of weird crap in to make it like really cool. Because like I say, eliminating 25% of the thing essentially was pretty good. It also eliminates about 1.5 floors secretly. As soon as it loads this map, I'll show you what I'm talking about, but some design ideas have really been improved by the fact that I've had to try to cram things together in weird ways in this other place, so a lot of new ideas are coming up that are better. And like I say, I'm replacing a lot of rooms that had no function. So once this is done, the second chapter will be completely laid out as well. I don't build it all one level because Unreal Engine doesn't handle verticality very well. What'll happen is that you'll be... I mean, I do have doors and loading screens between the 4 different levels because it is split into 4 maps. But a lot of people want to run from room to room without having to have a bunch of loading. But I do split it so that it's not loading, you know, the floor below for no apparent reason, because you won't see that for like a couple hours. So there's no reason to load that. And Unreal Engine doesn't understand. It's like, well, they can't see this, but we're going to load it anyway. I'm like, and the H-load system like doesn't have a separate verticality, like a vertical setting. I wish it did. Very handy if it did. But yeah, now the playroom leads to a washroom here with a new vent through here back into it. And then when you get the key, it pops into a staff room, which hasn't really been designed yet. And then I shrunk this one down because it didn't seem necessary to be so big. I'm starting to realize the boss fights have... Some of the arenas are too big. The boss can't really keep track of Poppet very well. Like, I mean... Basically, the player can run too much. So this got shrunk down big time. So it was 4x the size for no apparent reason. Like, you didn't, the room was basically unused. And I shrunk Charlotte's bedroom to a much smaller room because you're not going to fight her in here, so... Well, play a game with her. You don't really fight Charlotte. You just play games with her. But she's so big, she needs a huge room. But if you don't ever encounter her in this room, it doesn't need to be big. So that was the big change. All this area got axed out. I've already basically done that except for... Oh, actually, no, this floor is basically golden. You can see all my map cubes too for... That used to be where the thing was. Yeah, overall, this one's gotten a bunch of changes. Including having a little shop in here, which I haven't put all the toys in yet, but you know. I'm making it more amusement park-like, where there's little shops and little food places. A water puzzle going on through here, too. Basically just to improve this room, because again, there was so much empty space. A reason for the control room now, where there's buttons in it and everything like that, too. It didn't have those before. Nice, yeah. Lots of changes have been happening. As I just embellish the crap out of things. All the rooms now have like flowers and things in them and stuff. It's just more puzzles, more everything. I still have to do something about this room. This room is just a travesty. I hate this room. This is a borderline hallway. Let's come and see yourself. Yeah. Definitely not doing 0. Yeah, what I find is at various points in my game dev, there's like, I realize how delusional I've been on something, and I restructure and shrink it down to be like better organized and less delusional. And yesterday I was going over some of my old streams and like showing some of the original delusion. And the first version of this game was so overwhelmingly delusional. Back when it was like a paper ZD game, so it was like a 2.5D character in a 3D world. And I literally had these huge maps that you found inside of paintings. And each of those maps in every one of the paintings was bigger than this game. I just went overboard. And then later on I made it where the paintings were connecting, like, you know, it was like a building piece, a map thing, and then the next building was connected by another painting over and over and over. And it was huge. It was so big. And then the next version, which was like this giant, it was a dilapidated warehouse out in the countryside, like with mountains around it. Honestly, I originally thought it was about 20 floors worth of things. It was actually probably about 30. Like, to put it in perspective, the original size of this, back when I had this, it was actually the second floor of the east wing of that building, which was the smallest of the wings of it. Actually, I guess the west wing and the east wing were probably about the same size, but there was like a central section, which was like 6+ times the size of this, and a forward section that was like 8 times the size of this or something. And they had like 3 floors because there was like a basement too. It was so huge. It was so delusional. And then right about when I started streaming on Twitch around October of last year, actually late October, maybe early November, I moved it to the city and took the East Wing thing and dropped it on here and said, yep, this is a new thing. And then I made the building that size because that was the size of that floor. Even though that floor was not really completed and not great, it was just what I had. That was the main thing. Then it got up to, I think, like, it started like 7 floors, then went to like 9 floors. And now it's effectively, well, if I keep the bottom floor, then it's like 5.5 floors, and if it's not, then based on the original size, because taking this out knocked out basically, you know, 25% of each of these floors, and there were 6 floors I knocked out that, so 25%, so it's a 150%, so 1.5 floors. And if I get rid of this extra bottom secret floor, that would make the game, you know, like 4.5 floors size-wise in comparison. But I just came to this conclusion. I was like going, okay, well, here I'm trying to figure out things to do with this extra space, and talking about cutting bottom floors that are like unique and new. So trash content that I don't want at the cost of content I do. But yeah, each time as I do this, it's just, we get the how diluted are you conversation, and I shrink the game down and make it more compacted with like better organization. But now I realize that, yeah, I realize that I can probably occupy someone for, heck, I can probably occupy myself for at least 3 hours on this floor. And I know where everything is, so I'm sure a normal person's probably taking like 5 hours on this floor. How many floors did I need? Like, if I can keep you for 5 hours in like the first chapter. I was only looking to maybe make a 20-hour game at most. Most Metroidvanias are not 20 hours long, by the way. I mean, some of them are, but most of them are not. Usually they intend for you to replay them. But... eh. Yes, there was much delusion going on. The delusion has been reduced. There's still delusion. There's always delusion. Let no one tell you different. When it comes to, you know, game dev, not many people are as deluded as me for certain. Actually, that's incorrect. There's so many deluded people in the world of game dev. Yeah, there is. Oh, this is glass. Glass is great because you can just rescale this and no one can really tell anyway. Well, maybe not rescale it like that, but... yeah, once I get this laid out, I'll take a look at the next chapter. I'm not sure what I'm gonna do with it yet as far as it's... I mean, it was already kind of a dumpster fire anyway. It was never really anything more than conceptual, so I can just chop crap out of that. I don't care. Anyway, that's my exciting thing. How's stuff with you? This landscape is literally sticking out of the building. Fantastic. I did get moved into this corner, so... I am unsurprised. This was the original town music in the RPG Maker game. The little toy city. I shouldn't. More like a toy town. Not really Toy City. I'm not erasing that, right? No. Take a break from the cathedral and doing a landscape project now? Nice, nice. Be a lot faster and trickiest things. I didn't do the first one, the Ben House. If there's one thing Unreal Engine does, it's make a, you know, pretty outside world. That's definitely one of its claim to fame. Ah, see, it gives you a chance to get outside more, right? And that's how it works? That's the game dev equivalent of getting outside? You just make an outside environment? You can add grass there and say you touched grass too? Yeah. Exactly. I'm definitely gonna have an achievement in this game for the first time Poppet touches grass. Something along the lines of, and you didn't even have to go outside. Yep. Gotta put all the funny little things in here to mess with people. Those are also things people tend to remember too, if just the bizarre extras. Yes. Poppet falling between there. I get the feeling I could have moved the landscape more over and I didn't. So to avoid Poppet falling to her doom. We're mostly just getting caught. There's some chores. Fair enough, fair enough. Appreciate the lurk. Always good to hang out and chat. Good luck with those chores. If we don't hear back from you, we'll assume that the chores won, so you know. Make certain to send word. Be an embarrassing way to go. He always said those chores would be the death of him. I didn't think he was right. Oh god. Terrifying. Oh, I left a little mini pop here. I'm so sad about the little mini Poppet thingy. This doesn't work in the game. I hate when I have to throw out a fun idea. But some things just don't work. It's just, there's no two ways about it. It just doesn't work. You want it to work, but it's like, nah. Nah. I mean, look at how adorable Mini Pop is. He's a little tiny Poppet. Whose hair is crazy. Are you still compiling shaders? Is this just like a perpetual problem you're gonna have all day? I reset the computer. Yeah, it's just doing perpetual shader compiles. It's been doing that all day. But it's not actually showing any compiles in here. It's just saying it's doing it. Just 100% CPU usage all day. If I close this, what happens? If they still keep doing it? Is it just actually doing it because this particular version? I can't exactly reset at this point to do that, but it's just saying the emulator is still going. Shader compilers. I'm just looking at this. This thing is just obnoxious. Like, what the heck's going on? Like, what is the task it's doing? Unreal Engine's not even open. This Unreal Editor is still open somehow. And? There's just like 2 copies of it open or something? Alright. Maybe disaster is averted again. It's like there was 2 copies of it open or something. Because I closed the other one, but it was working? I don't know. Hey Lepus, how's it going? It's going okay. Weird glitchy issues, but the struggle to make the second chapter not a dumpster fire continues. Goes well, mostly. Unless I have to describe what the actual pathway is through the second chapter, then it doesn't go well at all. We just won't talk about that. Bad, okay? It's real bad. I practically need a teleporter or something to fix it. But it keeps compiling shaders, except for that it wasn't compiling shaders for the game itself. I don't know what it's compiling shaders for. It's weird. So I was rebooting to try to fix that because it was using 100% CPU and making everything real slow. How's stuff on your end? Hopefully more exciting than all that. I don't know why I've left Mini Pop here. She doesn't need to actually be on the map. Kind of like old Jeff here. I think this room's going to get shrunk down too. Which one is to do next right now? Next one to do most? Well, pick the most exciting one and do that one. Right? Whatever sounds the most fun. I recommend that. Hear me out. It's fun. So you do it. Yee. Welcome back to XP. So hear me out. What if the pipe here no longer goes this direction? We just X this crap out. Sure. And instead send the pipe through these areas to get into the treasure room here, and you swim through the treasure room to get up to here and then to fight the boss. And then in the room you just find the key out. Perfect. She could drop the key out for all I care. Well, she's gonna drop Toy City key, so that's not gonna happen, but that eliminates one directional problem. I might keep this pipe as well. Give you an extra pathway to get through. I have to redo so many walls. Oh well. It's not like this area was finished, it just had a good overall setup, even if it had a bunch of blank rooms. It's not gonna have blank rooms now though. It might make more sense to put it this direction here. It can't be, it has to be at least this far over. I swear this is too high up. Still too high there. Maybe it wasn't too high because this pipe. Alright. So let's establish this as an option here. Oops. Why is this here and so low? Guess I just made it intentionally low. Is that a thing? Okay, that's awkward. I'm obviously gonna have to move these the staircase docks thingy too as well. Actually, I don't know if I have to move this. Let's do this in a way where I don't have to move it. Let's put it underneath the dock. I mean, it's already established this place is basically a death trap, so you know. As any good thing would be, you know, in this era. This door is going to be gone anyway, so I don't care about that door. So I drop it into here, and then you end up with this little underwater treasure thingy. And then from there you swim your way around, get out here, and then do good stuff. I don't even know what this is for. I can make that fun. I guess I don't have to redo the whole floor. I could just put a block here to block this one. No, I gotta redo it. Never mind, because it's over here. This isn't doing anything anymore. Need a more comfortable chair. This room was much bigger than it is now. that gives me 2 different secrets out of here. That's not bad. I might not have to redo this wall at all. So it gives me a secret into here. My problem with this room is that I want to do a bunch of things for the Lover's Altar, but I don't have anything that even remotely resembles any kind of assets that would fit that. Guess I'll have to hope into maybe the next time Valentine's runs around or something. Maybe they'll just give me free stuff on Fab. Maybe. Could happen. Oh, we get 2 wish lists today. Hell yeah. Thanks to whoever wish list. It doesn't say. Hell yeah. Up to 67, just 33 more to go, and I'll be at the, first milestone of 100. I figure the game becomes successful at 10,000 wish lists because of a 3-year time dedication on it. Anything less than 10,000 means it's probably not successful. I mean, wish lists don't represent all of your sales, of course. Over time, if your game is good, more people will buy. If your game is bad, well, that. I'm probably not keeping this crappy altar. So I could have 3 of these here and just have each of the cards. Surprised there wasn't like a room info here that took up this whole space unless I deleted it. I mean, the most logical thing here would be to have almost like a gallery set up where each of these is next to the one they're representing, so the player has an idea that, hey, if I find these, I can likely open this. I think that would make the most sense. Because otherwise, you got to indicate to the player these things. And I prefer to not have to directly spell it out. I'm hoping that pattern recognition gets the job done here. And if it doesn't, I mean, should they really be playing my game at that point? Do their parents know that they're still awake? Or if they're older, does their handler know that they are out of their room and not taking their meds? We'll make it functional first and then go from there. The arrangement of this just makes me hate myself, though. It's such a awful arrangement. Whatever. It's still in a concept phase, so it doesn't matter. Wasn't there like a button that appeared or something? Hmm. Any clock puzzles? I want a clock room somewhere too. That'd probably be in the 3rd chapter, a clock room. Or the 4th chapter, just some sort of demented clock room at that point. Yeah, the function of this room makes it feel like it should be very small. But it's a hallway. The bane of my existence, hallways. Good thing there's no closets in this. If there were closets, then it would be even worse. We can just ignore there's no closets anywhere. There's a couple storage rooms. They're entire rooms, so. There's always an Annie-Zons in a storage room. I gotta redo so many walls. Well, it's stuck in a wall. Oh, never mind. I just put the wall there. Duh. Why does it move farther that direction? That's so weird. I feel like this light is huge. Like way bigger than it needs to be. I don't think it is one. Oh, hell yeah. People sent me cash for my cards. Alright, well, let's... What key is this even? Sally's treasure room key's not even a room anymore. So I need this to spawn where? Right here? It's around 11 o'clock. I always feel really tired around 11, and then like by the time 1 or 2 rolls around, I'm just like golden. Very weird. So, wait, where's my NPC thing? I guess I changed it up, huh? Brig works now. It still leaves this upper section with something that needs to be done. So where in the order like that? I guess you want to meet him and then find his key. So maybe you find him early. Need a way into the little duct thing up here. Maybe from here or something. I have to redo this wall anyway, so it's not like I'm gonna be... Actually, I don't technically have to redo this wall. Now this pipe will never go into here because of that. Oh. Either way, this can never be. I would say whatever has me redo the least amount of walls, but what I'm seeing is that's just not happening. This one serves no function. Like, there's nothing to do over here in this section. I don't like that at all. Well, I'm not looking to embellish right now, per se. I think I'm just trying to get things in a logical order and then build off that and improve things. The question is, Sunken Grotto, sorry, Sunken Depths. Get key. Key goes to, that is the question. I'm assuming the Broken Compass. That's currently the only way you can use to get to the Secret Garden. So, goes to the Broken Compass. From in there, find the Secret Garden key, I guess. There's no real means of getting into... I use pipes to connect things. Also, I should probably put this wall up too, for that matter. Oh, it's a very different series game, Dave. How's it going? Oh, welcome back with 3DM. Pretty good. I'm playing Tetris with a level as I redesign and remove a big section of it. You know, also this thing here. Thanks for follow for 3DM. To show off some gameplay here. Since I'm well, this area was a setup with like an hour and a half of gameplay since I had to restructure it and move all these things around. I would need teleporters installed to make the current gameplay pathway for this make any sense. Soon it will be better. It just had to get a whole lot worse before it gets better. That's all. But I'll do a bit of a tour, if you will. Is this open here? So for the new people, game's called Poppet Quest. You're playing as a woman who's killed and her soul is stuffed into a doll, and she wakes up in the Whimsy Wonders toy store. It's kind of like a theme park in a building, where all the toys come to life at night because of a curse, including you. I am. So the mechanic of the game is if you're in the darkness, you gain curse power, which is like your MP, but you lose your sanity, and this is the insane effect. If your sanity ever hits 0, the curse takes you over and you lose, though that's bad, don't let that happen. But if you go back to the light, you gain sanity back, you just don't gain curse power, so you gotta balance between the two in order to really play the game. Oh, definitely. I've been using it since 5.4. It is glorious. Simply glorious. So she uses tarot cards for abilities. I got some new stuff. I forgot to follow last time. There we go. Oh, well, welcome back. As long as you remember to follow this time, hey, you know, just saying. Oh, let me snooze the ad thingy, which is like, people, ad time. Same, yes. Yes, we all should use it. Anyway, this is the Fool. It is a giant squeaky toy and fan favorite. Aha. Yes. Follow me so that you too can see me play with my dolls all the time. Yes. This is the magician. Oh, well. Thanks again for the raid, Jeff and Jerry's, and you know, have a wonderful rest of your day. I understand wholeheartedly. Every time I get done with the stream, it'd be like 9-10 hours. I'm just like, yeah, and then they're like, raid someone, and they're just like, oh, you should talk for a while. I'm like, I don't want to. It's better. This is the last time. Didn't press my voice. Oh, thank you. Yeah. So this is the magician. It's basically telekinesis. You can pick up small objects and throw them. You also gain the ability to summon cubes too later on. They're temporary. They vanish after that. You can stack them to get places, so they have value in that regard. In case you want to do that sort of thing. I'll double jump and cheat. It's also good for, you know, manipulating objects in the environment, doors, cupboards, light switches. Apparently it's very laggy today. It doesn't lag a lot when I'm actually playing outside of the engine and I package the game, but my computer's a potato. That's my explanation for everything. Computer is potato. Only 1.5 hours at best. Man, I feel guilty when I cut it at like 6 because I have to go to work or something. I'm hardcore like that. Regular job was that. It's called obsession. You know, let me tell you about obsession and how you just, that's all you want to do is the thing you obsess about. Mine's game dev. It's what I do. Oh yeah, I have a new system for switching now, so you don't always have to open the tarot menu if you don't want to. You can actually mouse to the abilities. That's new as of like a week ago. But I'm so used to switching the other way that I keep switching the other way even though I have it. So it's a steampunk game. You can't leave the building, but you can at least look at the city. The curse is only on the building, so you gotta, you know, stay there. I need to reach that level of commitment. I mean obsession. I mean, it's real easy. You can help simulate it. Just get yourself like a little shrubbery or bush thing like that you can kind of hide behind and put it in front of your computer and peek out over it creepily. And you know, you can get that obsessive feel without actually having been obsessive yet. And eventually you just kind of pick it up, right? This is Temperance, it's a bubble wand. They will eventually break the bubbles, but... That's right. We want a strawberry. What for? To creepily hide behind. Wait, what? Thanks. I'm just gonna cheat and double jump. You're actually supposed to jump to the little presents first, but game dev privilege, I get to just cheat. Or just dev privilege, I should say. I've been doing polishing on the first chapter. That's what started this whole working of the levels to be smaller, because I had a bunch of dead area, and I was like, well, rather than fill it full of garbage, why don't I just restructure so that the dead areas are gone and these areas are just better. I have so many tarot cards because I have them all unlocked. That's fair. I've definitely had some issues along the way with them. I spent about a couple months trying various methods of how to make it work. And now, well, I mean, as far as the curse works and all the effects of it. This is the Empress. It's essentially Bomberman. So it plants mushrooms. The red mushrooms, you know, deal damage to things nearby. You as well. And the blue mushrooms heal. You as well. I should probably blow it up first before healing, but listen, I did it in the wrong order. And now it talks. The insanity is much more obnoxious. Oh, that's a terrible weapon for this fight. Oh, this game looks so good. Well, thanks, Chad. I like this dude. I like you too. So this weapon currently, it's actually just a pistol, Justice, but it's got a great hat. It's very ineffective against this for some reason. I don't know why. As I blow it up in 2 shots. Like a champion. I need to work on the collision for that particular enemy. Another day in Unreal. Trying to figure something out. The solution is dead simple. Yep. It's often the case where, you know, there was like, you know, a little check mark you forgot to click. Every time, Jay. Every time. It's like they know. I think there's little gnomes that live in like an Unreal Engine, and the little gnomes actually move the checkboxes around, so you have to try to find them all the time. And sure, those gnomes are actually secretly just the, you know, devs working on Unreal Engine, but I like to think of them as little capricious gnomes that exist to just change things in ways that are obnoxious and weird. Well, the bouncing balls aren't here. I'm so sad. I started making tents where you go inside them and everything is smaller than you, so you feel like you're oversized just to mess with you, and then you go back out here and it's like, oh look, they're tiny again. I tried to get grab function work, couldn't understand what I was doing wrong, then realized it's inside the function and makes it. Yep. I have a grab function now too. I'll use it in an area that's much wider than this. It's kind of garbage in this small of a space, but it doesn't have the full effect of excitement until you do that. Let's use Wheel of Fortune. The wheel. Oh, I guess I did summon the hat. The system for switching doesn't always summon the hats correctly. This is Ducky Land. Duckies. So, Wheel of Fortune rolls dice and they deal damage to everything nearby based upon what it rolls. It doesn't really launch these things. I think I need to work on that because I want it to launch stuff and it just doesn't. I do like the massive squeak though. That is pretty funny. Curse you, you jerk. I was playing with the duckies. There you go. These exist just to hit and squeak. That's what they're for. And to get in the way. Okay, maybe not that much in the way. Wow. Getting wrecked here. Oh, I died. Really wrecked. Probably should try to heal. It's okay. We get to test the re-thingy. Oh.
If at first you don't succeed, die, and die again.
We'll go back to this room. I didn't actually save at any points on here. Ducky Land's favorite place? Yep. Oh, actually, you know what? Well, I'll run through this room, why not? This is the actual start of the game, but I don't usually start in this room because it's like a tutorial room, so it's not the most exciting. It also needs another change because I just moved the Tinka painting out of it, so... Yay! There's a new dialogue system, though I haven't actually added in voices for yet. Oh. When I'm actually playing it for real, you see I play very differently. When I'm just screwing around, I definitely do a lot of things that are maybe not the brightest, but I just kind of, yeah. There have been points where I've made this game way too hard. Let's show off the hangman. Speaking of grapple mechanics, this is not even remotely ready, but I raided someone and he had a frog game and his frog could latch onto things with his tongue to pull itself places. So I, seeing this mechanic, decided I needed this mechanic, but I don't have a tongue thing. But what I do have is a Hanged Man Tarot, and what it does is it hangs you by a rope from your neck and just launches you places. Isn't that fun? Yay! Woo-wee! I don't have a flying mechanic or anything like that as far like a swinging animation yet, so mostly it's just her walking through the air, but hear me out, one day it's not even remotely game ready. It definitely is, yeah. You can definitely tell that it's not a AAA game because I doubt AAA people would have the balls to have such an ability like that. Good news is you can't really kill yourself with it because it's not like Poppet breeds anyway. She's a doll. That's it. She's just a straight up doll. I mean, like, dolls don't breathe. There's so many duckies. Galloway duckies. They're running defense for the enemies. Stupid duckies. You know what we were talking about? That's what, yeah. I can't remember who it was because whenever I raid, it's always been after, like, you know, some really long stream, and it was always in the morning after I'd been drinking. I switched to, you know, deving during the day, so I'm not drinking now, but I definitely had drank a few out and, you know, bit intoxicated long stream. I don't remember who it was. I followed them. They're in my follow list somewhere. I can't tell you who. We'll do it. Yep, duckies. Sometimes I keep a pet ducky. I need to make it so they float in water because people will be depressed if they throw the ducky in the water and it doesn't float. Normally going to this place you wouldn't have any healing, so it'd be way harder. Really? The game is so much more aggressive than it used to be. Honestly, if I didn't ever want to die, I would just use the incredibly broken death thingy. Actually, to be fair, if I was, you know, trying to play using all the broken abilities, I would never lose, but some of these abilities are so overpowered, it's stupid. Because they're not balanced. Death's overpowered. See, death, it's not even particularly interesting. All it does is it drains life. If you hit something with it, you get that much health. And look, I'm still at full health. It's not not even remotely balanced. So yeah, it doesn't do a lot of damage. I should make it like an overpowered dev weapon. Oh yeah, so lots of people were killed and sold stuff in the dolls, but one of them sold got stuff in the paintings, and she lets you travel to the painting world. I also fixed it now that I can use the test mode and yet still go to the right location. I don't know what happened there. It was exciting. Hear me out. It was exciting. This is the painting world. This serves as my map travel and may or may not have the ability to rescue toys later and bring them here. I don't know. I'm not sure about that. In a perfect world, sure. She saves by jumping into toy boxes. All the stuff works. It saves, loads. Collectibles are here, though I don't have any information for them yet, but it does show which ones you got. There's that. The map here, split into floors, shows you which areas you've been to and everything. I haven't even put identifiers for everything yet, but yeah, we're getting there. Total map completion, room you're in, all that. Options are all here except gamma. I don't know why I don't have gamma. I'm just weird, I guess. Who needs gamma in their game about being in the dark? I redid a model recently and now she just has a deadpan stare that needs to be fixed. There was a dialogue system, it needs work. It's not good looking yet. Soon, TM, soon. I just opened that painting over there. Boing, boing. This is their dash, by the way. I think I grabbed a key out of there. Whatever. Now with the way the system works, this might cause a problem because I made a change to this room and I don't think I moved the transform to the right location, so it might not load it. I might fall through the world. Nope, I'm good. Yeah, now you have to pass through the painting world to get here as part of the thing, so that's your introduction to the painting world instead of in the first room. The collision on this is not very good. This is one of the ones that's not very game ready yet. The devil launches fireballs. It also has a shield that reverses how the curse works. So in the darkness you gain sanity, but you gain no curse power, and in the light you lose your sanity. I need a better particle for it because this is way too bright, but let's see if I remember the way through the room now. I keep changing this room, so does this not have a cost? I just get to fire for free? Oh my gosh. So overpowered. I need to put a cost on all the projectiles because I managed to beat the first major boss. Well, she's technically in a way, the third boss. Using only temperance, and I never had to heal or anything. And it's like a 20-minute fight too. It is not an easy fight whatsoever. Where did I put the key? Oh no, I might have made this impossible. Oh. Yeah, I see. I might be able to get around it. The Empress can grow and shrink plants as its traversal ability. Only smaller plants, so if it's really big, it doesn't affect it. Getting a little loud in here, just saying. Water's lethal to Poppet, but I do have the thing that makes you immune to it. The tarot card that does it. Basically, the way it works is I'm making 66 abilities, and every time you see a purple dot, those are the ones that are already made. The world's not showing up on here. The world is actually already made. Actually, there's two have not shown up. The if I haven't made them before, the tower doesn't have anything yet. I wrote down every ability in the game I want. Stands 1. I need one more ability for the star. So there's going to be 66 different abilities. So a couple. I think I can find a cheater way through this. Wait, do I have the key for that? Let me double check I even have this key. I do have them, so I can just go back the other way. I can use the original route. They didn't take the key out. I'm just cheating. I shouldn't have double jump here. Wait, I had the control room key. I could have just... Listen. I changed it all, and I don't even know the correct route yet anymore. Also, I hit the other chat. That's dumb. Hey, Tarzy. I used to love your game as a pixel. This is epic. Oh, thanks. Alright, let's, you know. Someone remembers it as a pixel game. That's crazy. Just yesterday, I was going over all the stuff that was the original versions of the game. Ah, yes, yes. I mean, listen. Use the game animation sample. Trust me. Alright. Now I remember the way I'm supposed to go. Because I added a new puzzle thing in here, and this is where the stuff is not going to be that refined. There's some areas in this room that are not, that I'm still building. Yeah, I added in this pool with all this water in it, right? And the plan for this pool of water down here is you gotta lower it. Oh yeah. This needs to be not stuck in there, but hear me out about things not being refined. Come to Papa. Okay, getting it out of here is harder than I thought. I'm gonna make my life easier and put them all right here. Oh, that lag. It gets 50 to 70 FPS when I'm not streaming and the game's packaged. It needs a lot more optimization though. I can definitely get to far better than that. But hear me out. I keep adding things, so I keep ruining that optimization thing. Aha, physics means nothing here. The cubes just lock into place wherever they're at, so they don't really care that much. Oh, that's why I added these here. Oh man, I might need to turn the fan on this room. It's so hot. I think as soon as I grab this key, I'm gonna go flip the fan on real fast. It is 1,000,000 degrees. It was pretty cool until recently. Yeah. 1 second. Just straight up roasting in here. Alright. So I had that key up here. I don't even remember what that key was. I didn't even pay attention. But I added these buttons here to control the pool. I might move them to another one on the other side of the thing. That'll lower the water out there. You can kind of see it from where I was at. Got one button. See it go down out there. Now what was once an optional room is not an optional room. The goal is to get the Empress in this room. The Empress is actually over there in this corner. But the water's in a way. Or at least it should be in the corner. Interesting. Actually, no, it's under the water farther. Fair enough. So this is the new section, essentially. Oh. I'm skipping on all these like puzzles and things. Like you would normally get like tarot cards and things by reading the clues on things. And then finding them in the world and coming back to them. All these boxes, the goodie boxes, have permanent upgrades in them. And they're just all over the place. Just wherever. Oh. Sometimes the camera's a little less good. Oh, that's right. Technically, we'll do it without the way you're supposed to, without double jump, I guess. How did I have this set up? Or could you just grab this? Yeah, you just grab. I think I have to jump something else to get up there normally. Whatever. I'm cheating. I need to do this without cheating though. Technically I can cheat my way through these rooms because there's a moon door. You shouldn't have this at this point. I can't find the moon, I'm dumb. But the moon makes, you know, moon doors vanish and appear as its other ability. I need to make it so they like phase out or something and they'll look cool that way instead of what they do now. It also makes clones of Poppet, which then you can detonate. There really is a kill yourself in this game, isn't there? Kind of vibe. I mean, the hangman hangs you and the moon blows yourself up. I mean, holy crap. That's darker than expected. It was too much fun. I saw the Mesmer and Guild Wars and I was like, listen, I too can have clones. Mine just have blood everywhere. No enemies, huh? Oh, technically there's a secret out here too. Just to show there are secrets everywhere. I'm just skipping all these secrets. There's so many secrets everywhere because I love secrets. Little crystal balls. I gotta re-record the audio for these because they're too quiet. But I made a better little system that sits there and posts underneath each new thing, so you get those.
Maybe I can do this.
Yep. They're basically telling a story of a doll who came before you. Pretty much along the lines of if you ever saw it, V for Vendetta. There's a scene where he like locks her in a prison and she reads that story about that other one who was in prison. Yeah, very, very much along the lines of that. How it feels. To be honest, looks awesome. Oh, thanks. Apparently jumping up here is harder than I thought though. That's interesting. I guess I lowered the ceiling so I can't get up here. Okay, that's good to know. I didn't realize I lowered the ceiling. Whatever. Things are sick. Can't wait for the final. Oh yeah, thank you. I'm glad you're excited. We definitely need some work still. Like this pipe here is currently floating for reasons. Both of them are. Well, probably the bug fixes, I imagine. People will be like, "Baby, this doesn't work, blah, blah, blah." And I'll be like, well, you're right. Then I guess I should fix it. And then maybe DLC. So honestly, I'll obviously play through the game at least once on the stream. Like completely the celebration lap. I don't think I'll be the first one to do that, though I think I'll let other people do it first because, you know. I don't know, it'll probably be more hype if their favorite player plays it, not me. And later on, I'll come along and be like dev commentary on it. I still need to work on both Patrick and Vu. They're not aggressive enough, and I hate that. Of course, Vu's got a much smarter. Like, I added a delay, and the delay is making him not very good. Also, I had a thing like that, where now his every life bar represents 100 health, and then the dots above are additional life bars. And if you ever see the there's like these weird pinkish purple ones that show up, they represent thousands. That's because in the chat I posted some enemy who I think like had like 7,500 health or something. And yeah, about that. Yeah, he's not very aggressive anymore. He still hits really hard if he hits you. He's not that hard to dodge though. Or maybe I just fought him so many times I just don't care. I should also use my dodge. My dodge is overpowered. See, at one point Vu was so strong that I had to increase Poppet's power a whole bunch and nerf the crap out of Vu, and then one thing she got was this way better dodge. And the way better dodge is exactly that. It's too good. So now the enemies need to make up for it. But the thing to note is that you can't block. There's no block in the game. No. Your defense mechanism is move out of the way. Turns out you have now 100% damage reduction if you just don't get hit, right? And you seem so unaggressive. I really have fought him like 100 friggin' times plus, so you know, I'm just used to all those weird things. Even though I take hits all the time because whenever I'm just playing with all the stuff enabled, I pretty much just cheat. This battle gets very different when you can't cheat. Of course, I'm actually using the things you're supposed to have. You would have temperance, or you can find temperance. You don't always have temperance. You have to find it. You would have the fool, because I forced you to get the fool. You have the magicians, not the ability to throw the cubes, just pick them up. Because I forced you to get that. You don't necessarily have healing if you don't grab it. It's an optional extra, so he starts picking up attacks as the fights go, including some little exploding helpers. So I don't know what's going on there. He just kind of spawned him inside himself. He's got problems. He needs to be fixed. He still does a lot of damage. I mean, for all that I'm bagging on him. It's not like he did 0 damage to me. These heals kind of suck because they heal him too. The Empress is like one of the crap heals. I might give him back his super jump. I reduced it because he spent so much time in the air that he was able to jump the place he shouldn't have been, and it was kind of weird. But maybe I should make him more, like, spend more time on you and less moving away. I mean, he's a first boss, so he's... I'm always way hard on him, but he is the first boss, so, you know. And if you don't get all the stuff, he is actually very hard, but... I need a better fanfare. I like their noise when they don't explode. This takes longer to vanish than I like. Why do you take so long to vanish? I gotta decorate this room with more, like, you know, messed up dolls. I put one there to remind myself. I think that was like 6 months ago. It's on the list. It's the Hierophant room. You find the Hierophant over here. I already have it, so it disappeared.
The gears whisper my name. I stitched my
I need to start hiding these buttons other places. Because getting the buttons could be a puzzle too, instead of them just being right in front of it. Later ones are hidden, but these early ones aren't. I think I make the Magician one easily found, and then after that I just kind of am a jerk about it. Oh, actually, to be fair, the one on the Fool is literally in front of the thing. So there's possessed objects in the game just floating around, and the Hierophant makes them behave. So you can use them. They're still possessed, they're still floating around, but they don't leave their default position. Not free to use though, so do go fast. Because if it wears out, they'll throw you.
Why are you talking to me? The ether hums my name.
Run faster. You're always against the gun in this game. Your sanity is running out. And when you're using the Hierophant, your cursor's running out really fast too. The indicator in the upper left corner tells you if you're in the darkness or in the light too. I didn't mention it earlier, but just in case. You would not have double jump there, I just cheated. You didn't spawn in. Where'd you go? Where are you? Stuck. I already know what happened. I changed the system for that, and I need to re-enter the information for it because I gave it a struct in that particular thing there instead of the original map variable. Oh, I'm near the campsite thingy. That should already have been unlocked. Interesting. Magician, please. This is where you meet Charlotte. She's the ghost girl that's the de facto ruler of the place. My landmine's in the ground. They're helpful landmines.
They're all going to abandon. You're going the right way. Just like the others.
Basically, if she catches you, it's an instant kill. Basically, you just get sent back to the respawn. In this room, she's more just kind of there to be around. She becomes more of a threat as she plays games with you in later rooms. Her games are obviously all, you know, life and death. Well, she's already dead, but, you know. I guess technically you're already dead too, so it's just death and death, honestly. Something to think about, huh? There's a secret down there. There's no secret here. I should have read it when I was nearby. So the goal is just to lure her away. You can actually just go through that way and go to the next area if you want. You don't have to do what I'm about to do, but hear me out. Why not? I'm just cheating double jumping. Run for it! Run for it! Uh-oh. Bye-bye. It's not supposed to be that hard of a room. Each time you encounter her, she'll get more obnoxious though with her things. Apparently she plays tag with you in one room, which is... well, I guess it's more in a way hide and go seek. Well, she knows where you're at though, so it's not really anything. And then she plays the red light, green light with you in a different room, which is actually one of my favorite rooms with the way it plays out. It's a lot of fun. Surprisingly very hard. So this is Amazon's. This is my Amazon ripoff. Oh yeah, I gotta redo the spawn thing for it. Well, normally she would spawn here, but I just changed that system. Anyway, you buy things like it's Zelda. You just talk to them. I don't think I have enough to buy more than one of them. I don't. My money's right here. There was another resource, but I took it out. I need to remove from that. Health's like the worst resource of all the ones there. Sanity is the best resource. This is so much better than the other resources. You'll want to collect the sanity upgrades. There is a mechanic in the game to make life a lot harder for you every time you beat one of the major bosses. I don't think I include for Patrick. Yeah, she absorbs souls, but only a very specific, like the major things. Like there's part of the story that she's accidentally basically eating souls. She doesn't know why. She doesn't know what the purpose of it is. But it does make the madness much worse. Like the curse thingy becomes much more effective as the game goes by. There's like text in other colors shows up and the text says different things. But from a gameplay perspective, it makes it so that your sanity drains faster. So, the farther you get into the game, if you aren't collecting upgrades to your sanity, you're gonna have a real hard time. A little of a spoiler, but you find out after beating Vu, the first of the major bosses. I refer to them as the victims, like, you know, because not everyone is a victim of toys. Some of them are just toys. But not all of them. Some will actually have souls in them, so... This actually how you get one of the secrets. This room could use more work on it. It's got a lot of boring crap in it. It needs to be more interesting. Let me get my sanity back before I... Listen. Have you joined Annie's on Prime? I'm gonna have so many Amazon jokes for this character. He shows up in every single storage room in the game with a dressed as different things for the area. There's a pirate one in a later area. I haven't made the one for the third area yet, or the fourth area, but every time you see a storage room, there's an Annie's on. And she's evil too, that's the funny part. She's actually, there's like a curse that, the toys are often cursed to do the same thing over and over, and her thing is that she, all those ones are fighting to get this hat, and whoever gets the hat runs the shop. That's it. She hates your guts because you're, I mean, she's an enemy, but she's compelled to run the shop, which means she has to sell you things. She's just a complete jerk to you. Oh, I didn't actually get where the Empress was. You would normally go down here to get the Empress, by the way. This should have been something I did earlier. You would go down and grab it from here. But since I already had it, you don't really have to. It's all the times that... And then you would get Patrick's key. This is a section that needs work. I just put a bunch of plants here so I could get out, but it needs something more interesting, for certain. Also, oh yeah, you can just run under this because it's ducked under this, I mean. Is this even possible? Well, if I stood, it would be more possible. That's my favorite insanity message. A fly is omnipresent, much like candy. There's a bunch of gibberish generators on the internet, and I just went to a bunch of gibberish generators and just started asking it to generate a bunch of gibberish for me. And then I put actual messages that are related to the game amongst the gibberish. Just so the lore hounds can be like, hey, wait, what? That actually sounds meaningful, yeah. I haven't even put them all in yet, just some. Oh, that tree might be in the way. I did a bunch of changing here. Oh, it is. Okay, well, listen. This is my first test since I made all the changes. And normally water would kill you, but since I have the Emperor, I'm just immune. Anyway, yeah, you would have to go down there, and the better way out would have just been to go up into those big mushrooms there. So there's a way out. It's just That tree is got bad collision.
You're going the right way. I'm not talking to me. Much like you. Me? Stew and rum doesn't I'm not talking to me.
I get some better particles. That jump particle for the double jump sucks. It works, but I know I can get something better than that. Oh, just for funsies, I added this in. Let me get my sanity back. This is kind of a run. I'll plant some mushrooms here. I'll get some secrets for you. Oh, while I'm at it. Gotta summon the hammer first. So the switching thing here is a little bit glitchy, and sometimes it just doesn't quite spawn it if you shift them too fast, so I need to go through and fix that. There's actually supposed to be a double jump secret that way. I just haven't put the secret in, but you can go that way. It's supposed to come back in the second chapter. Oh yeah, there's lights right here. Notice the enemies aren't really spawning. There might be a glitch in the spawning system. Really? You don't open all the way? You do. Yeah, I'm building a little toy shop in here. Like a souvenir shop, if you will. It's a very new room, so it needs some work. Look outside. Ooh. I'm usually better at drawer jumping than that. This is a skill in life, drawer jumping. I don't know if you know about it, but this room needs more lights in it. Used to be the painting was a light there, and then this light up there. It's also a crystal ball up there, if you want to get crazy. I might want to switch maps real fast to fix the encounters. I need to make note that the encounters are broken. A little bit. These are fun. These are bouncy couches. They do exactly what they sound like they do. I just like them. I don't see any enemies spawning in. I mean, Charlotte's on a different spawn system than the enemies. Oh, that is a 5 on it, and yet I was able to go and jump into it. There's a new system to block the paintings, and there's the enemies that are supposed to, you know, protect the paintings, which I haven't put in them all of them ones yet. There actually aren't that many save points in the game. Besides the painting world itself is a save point. To be fair, this is still the first chapter. Hopefully that fixes the enemy spawn thing. It should, because there's an array, and occasionally something will get stuck in it, and it'll think there's too many enemies in the world. If it doesn't, then I have questions here. Oh wait, I had the easy way up. I'm dumb. Why am I not taking the easy way? Okay, whatever. Yeah, You always have to sound like you're falling really far. It's fun that way. Yeah, they're spawning back in now. There's something wrong with the count on that. Those don't actually break anything, huh? Thought they would. I don't think you can actually pull this through here. I think it's too big. Yeah, they don't really fit that well. You can throw them. That's the other way you could do it, but I don't really need it. I'll just run the right way. Test some things out. As you can see, I've introduced all kinds of new bugs. Also, the encounter system is being very kind to me today. It doesn't have to spawn things on you, it just likes to. But I put a lot of things in to make it more random, so sometimes it just leaves you alone for a while, and then often when you're on a ledge somewhere, it's just like, yep, sucker, you can't get away now.
You're going the wrong way. Stitched my dreams to the ether hums my wall talks to me. I'm not talking to me. Why are you talking to me? The ether hums my dreams to the wall talks to me. They're unraveling to no don't be the ether hums. You're going the right way. Whispers I'm a queen.
Try not to land on Charlotte. I've done that before. One-way trip to the respawn point. Slam it in her face. Yeah, I assume we've got a bunch of changes to it now. This is now impossible to get until I fix it. But I added this section to this room, so as you can see, I don't have a new floor for it yet, and these don't match the windows now because these windows are new to this place. Because this room didn't have them. It used to be farther in the building, and the music cuts off right there because it's not considered part of the room. There's a lot going on. But hear me out. Soon it'll be good. I think it's still possible to get through this upper area. You don't have to go to this upper area. One of the abilities is up here. I do like that you can look out the window though. I might put a small shelf in between these or something. I could force you to go, oh, I might force you to go into these pipes and have to run through it. That's so much more interesting than the other way. Oh, it really is. Also, this key didn't get moved. It's in the wrong location. I should be writing down all this crap, but I have such a list of things I need to fix anyway. Oh, things are way out of whack here. Oh, I could have entered through that window. So many changes. It's kind of cool because I was testing it for the longest time and I'm not used to the changes, so it's like almost... It's very different. Makes it refreshing. I mean, I found the game fun before, but... I'm just letting you look at it. I'm not going to stand there. I'm not dumb. I'm probably taking her out of this room, to be honest. I want to pile books places and stuff, and she needs a lot of open space to work, and I just don't want that to be a thing in that room. Kara's winning the fight. Need a better chair. This is the playroom. And the playroom has basically two rules to it. Safe spots to protect you, that'd be those. I guess safe zone, I should change that. And don't get caught. Simple rules, really. Now you don't get to avoid Charlotte anymore. Now she just wanders around and you just don't get caught. she can teleport to this mode. So you never know where she's going to be at. She need only touch you to finish you, so I highly advise moving quickly. I do want to rework on this room a bit, but it's not saving the campsite painting being unlocked. Interesting. Keep saying it again. Stealth mode. It's not stealth, it's just ducking. I've had her Shanghai you through that wall before. She's not supposed to be able to get you through the walls, but that doesn't seem to stop her sometimes. Right behind me. I need to give her like whispers in there so she's creepy.
I'm not talking to me. Why are you talking to me? I stitched my dreams to the airship sails. Nobody could ever love me. Why are you talking to me? A fly is omnipresent. Why are you talking like you're going the wrong way? Too long a stick is not all that great. We're all mad. I'm a failure. The wall talks. Why are you talking? We're all too long a stick is not all that great. The ether hums.
Any more insanity messages? No, I fail. I'm so bad at my own game. This is the first playthrough of this since I made all these changes, so I really should be taking notes. And this room didn't exist on the last playthrough. I knew it was the one after the playroom. Hopefully I bothered to put the stuff in there so it's actually beatable, but... Weird. Oh. I switched it real fast to see if it would bring it up, and then I realized that might cause it to stop working, so it was really quick how I did it, but I don't know if it unequipped it or not. I might have made this really hard on myself though. Just go faster, smile. There's a light right above. I might make the light more noticeable for this spot because you really can't tell unless you're paying attention to the indicator, or you saw it when you were jumping. But I kind of don't like it when you can't see the things. I prefer that you can. Okay, well, that's a thing that needs to be fixed too. Oh, by the way, she can grab you out of this note. I guess I would have been in range when I was standing on the, when I was stuck there. Should have jumped backwards.
It's a good thing I'm immortal, though I'd prefer not to prove it.
Yeah, in a story like that, she can't ever, like, you know, they just keep coming back to life, so she won't die. So she gets tortured forever. It's kind of like Groundhog Day, really. It's always keep coming back to life every night, so it doesn't really matter that she dies. But it's not like it's pleasant dying or anything. Oh, that's right. I took away the painting right after that, so you have to like redo the whole first portion of this too. Good job, me. Make the test harder. To be fair, sometimes it feels like there's too many save points. Took out the cheater door there. I hated that door. Let you glitch the Charlotte spawn. She was coming for me. She can follow you, so you want to slam the door. It's a good idea. Ooh. Are you able to reach that wall and grab me? Because that would be obnoxious. There needs to be another light. Well, maybe not. Maybe you just gotta hurry up. Oh. I don't know why I decided to go all the way to change that. I just made my life way harder for no reason. These weapons don't even work at point blank range anyway. Oh, it actually also says what the abilities do on here too, with costs and everything, and the button that they're currently equipped to. I don't have graphics in for the buttons, but at least it says what it is, so. No longer need you guess. So the interface is getting better. I want to make this room more complicated here. Basically, I'm going back through and redoing all the rooms to add stuff. I'm not completely redoing them. It's just there's empty things here that there's just nothing going on in them, and that's just dull. So every room's getting improvements. More places to go. Go faster, don't stand there. She does grab you. You have to be quick. I dilly-dallied way too much last time, and that was a bad plan. Don't dilly-dally. Best strategy is jump, jump. Just triangle jumping. Don't fall on her. I saw her down there. Where are you at? She is most certainly over there in that smoke. It's way too thick. There's no world she's not there. Okay. It's not thick anymore. That's how you can tell where she's around. The smoke is thicker than normal. It's not the intended way, it's just that she also emits smoke, so that made it an unintentional way of doing it. I don't even know if this one works correctly or not. Well, maybe I'll find out in a second. I have not done this fight since I shrunk this down. This might be the hardest fight in the world now, for all I know. And, okay, let me double check you can even... Okay, it does count as darkness here. Oh, the fight's broken. Never mind. The lights don't work anymore. Oh, anyway. I'll just have to show off that one a different time. Well, you can see most of that there. Unfortunately, what I need to do is fix these lights so they work, because I moved all the rooms around, and I don't think this counts as the correct room anymore. Yeah, that give people an idea of the game. I mean, I guess I should have checked the timing on that. Hey, where is the name? Default transform room name. Oh, the room name set to... Wait, what? Did it get deleted? It got deleted somehow. Should be Forbidden Toy Room. Alright. Oh, there's two Charlottes. I don't need this anymore. I guess I should go through and make sure this is beatable completely. It was beatable originally. This is the original Forbidden Toys. You can see how big the original Forbidden Toys room was. Actually, no, this is the second version of it. It wasn't all that great. Oh, I gotta move that in here. Right? 1 second. I'm just going to copy paste things. That explains why Boo was never going to spawn, because I didn't copy the spawn information over. Well, you know, listen. I do the dumb. Well, these are just movable cubes. And then these lights, I mean, there's a small section in the center. That's going to be a problem that I forgot about. And that is that these lights emit so much light that there's not much space to get your cursor back in this. Only in the very center would that work. Should mean I need to adjust these candles. Can I get away with adjusting the candles only in here? I believe so. Indeed. I'm using the candles also in that room too, right? Let me double check that I am. Yeah, they're in here too. So I really don't want to get rid of 1,000 on them. I want to be able to destroy them in that parts drop like it's Castlevania, just as an homage to Castlevania. I'm okay with referencing things. These are smaller candles, so we'll go with the smaller light on them. The blue fight's gonna be awkward. For certain. I guess I gotta look at it in the world to see where they would be at. Oof. That might actually play out better. 500's so much smaller. You gotta remember that only the bottom part really matters. I can move the point light on the candle a little lower though. Oh, it's kind of weird. Where is the point light on the candles? All the way at the top? It has to be outside of these things there, because otherwise it'll not really emit light because it's inside of a static mesh. Oh. Maybe I go with 600 or something, just a little bit more friendly. I shrunk the size of the battlefield. It was so stupid. Who was having a hard time keeping up. Now she might be too... I might shrink her too. I'm going to do a bunch of changes to her fight because she's having a really hard time hitting Poppet. The fact that she was 3x Poppet size is just awkward. I'm going to take a quick bio break real fast. All that tea I've been drinking is winning the fight. And yeah, we're back. All right, let us continue. As I fix all the crap I broke in my effort to make it better. Because listen, sometimes you just gotta break it all to make it better. That's why I should have wrote down all the problems that were in there. Little dumb things. So now you can go the right way. So I'm gonna clear up this mess over here. I need to add in some keys or something. There's no reason to go into this little room in here. But I don't really want the control room key to be a thing. It needs to be in the other room. And originally I put it in here, I believe, because the painting was in here. Is it? This is just the key to campsite key. Currently there's just a crystal ball in here is the only thing of value. Which, they are important. Oh, it's already here. Oh, it's 'cause I already got the key from the other room, so therefore it'll destroy itself over here because I've already found it. So that's notable. So just remove the other key because now that works. I had the safety key there because of the fact that the I used to have two game modes, one for testing and one that was for the regular game, but I managed to find a way to make it work so I didn't need both. Basically, it used to be that I made it so that the player start would overrode it. I basically broke the one that's the default one and then made it where it would put you where you were at, like where the player start was supposed to appear, and then it would hold you in place until it did and then load everything. But then that doesn't allow you to drop off where the camera is. But I came up with a much better method of doing it that does allow that, and I'm just saying, it's good times now. So now I can just play the game as normal, which means I don't care about that. So now I have a key where you can go in the waiting room. This is now a divergent path. It didn't used to be. It used to follow a very specific path, but now you get the key to the waiting room in here, and you'll get to this room, and if you don't figure out to unlock the paintings, you will not be able to continue the game. If you do figure out, you can go through the painting world over to here. And this one just defaults to unlocked. But it also said that it was unlocked even multiple times, which is not how it should be. Wait. If you have this, this should be after here. So this way. So goes to each of these and checks if you have them, and if so, adds a unique. Well, that's fine, because this is just a puzzle item name is in fact, it's just item type puzzle. Oh no, because I want to go back to this because the puzzle record lets you turn them on and off because it matters for some of them. Because in the second chapter, there's a one where you do want to raise it and lower the water at various points. Whatever. Mm. I want to skip name of item collected on the puzzle. That's not true. When you complete the puzzle, I want it. I just don't want it to keep saying it. So in all reality, the do I have this should actually be, that's not what I want. I should have a do I have this much earlier. Great little space here. They're just called paintings, sure. It's a lot easier if I ever decide to change name to have it just as a variable than to constantly have to go and change it at every location. Will start puzzle ever be a thing on these? Yeah, because you might have killed a few of the things. But under false, not under true. And then I just want to reverse the order on these. Oh, I gotta remove the BPI interacting, so I was able to just open it with the magician still, and I don't want that. This in a second. Alright, let me check something on Poppet real fast. It's so nice just having one game mode. And life is so much easier. I just get rid of non-interact. Yeah, it just doesn't need this. I'm removing this whole unlock thingy because I don't think it's worth having anymore, because the magician way to unlock is way less cool than having this other way. Also, it completely negates the other way, so that's kind of stupid. Actually, just at the end of this, I can just be like, do I have this? Better location. I no longer need these thingies here. Is it? Yeah, the outline thingy doesn't make sense anymore because I no longer interact with it like that. So this can just all go bye-bye. Taking something on the old version. Better. I just default with the that open. It's not alerting me to having opened it, which is interesting. Shouldn't have it open. Oh. This hasn't been active for a long time, so it doesn't need to be there. Neither has this actually, so... I just missed it. Happens. Just make some notes on what I remember. Not all this stuff is stuff I want to do, but I'll send anyway. A lot to do in those rooms. Or actually write down specifically. That's true. I need posters of various events in my world and other random things. Like, I really haven't put as much, you know, things in my world that really sell you on it being a world yet. Like, it's getting there. But there's okay, and then there's actually being, you know, sucked into it to the point where it's like, you know, living that life. And I would prefer that, you know? I want you to feel like you're there. I mean, as close as you're ever going to be to feeling like you're there. Oh, did I read the thing about Charlotte there? I need to really go through and fix some things here. You got so many things to work with that it's like, this is irrelevant. Control key is no longer even in there. Washroom now has a way to reach it. I should probably put all the information explaining what I'm supposed to do for the various tarot cards on the tarot card document I have. Every time someone suggests an idea, I write it down. And then I don't always use it, but I write it down. A lot of times it's just to give me an idea of something else I could do that might be better. You never know. Maybe it does get used, but... Please flavor select all adjacent on this map. It's annoying. It's a lot going on this map. Didn't think about this part. The actual better strategy then was to make one giant floor and then just cut a piece out. So I just remake the floor entirely. Otherwise, can run into this problem. I regret my sleep last night. I tried so hard to get, I just kept laying there and just wasn't sleeping as well as I could. Oh, schedule switching is going, but it is not going as well as it could. Oops. Just seeing if I can trigger a despawn by getting too close to a wall. Oh. I shake off the tired. Sit up straight a bit more. I did just do this right. So I was too busy yawning to pay too much attention to what I did, sure. I need the room info. Oh, it doesn't even fit. To be fair, I did make it longer. I guess wider is the case, maybe. Could stand up. I know a standing desk. I don't really use it very often. Maybe I'll do that for a bit. Yeah, adjust things real fast. A second. All right. Maybe all right. Where's the cam not showing? It's weird. All I did was turn it off and turn it back on. Oh. Wish I would stood at my desk in forever. Ever since I started having the dizziness problems and falling over, well, not really falling over, but feeling like I'm gonna fall over all the time, I haven't really been standing so much at my desk, but we'll see how it goes. I've been feeling, I think, a little better. I don't know. Basically, don't have health problems. That's my advice to everybody. Hear me on this one. It's a good idea. Just don't have health problems. Just be healthy. Great secret. You just be healthy. You don't have health problems. Life works out. And yeah. Now everything feels a little bit low. It's the highest everything goes, though. So. On the plus side, my backside is way happier not having to sit on that all the time. So I need my notes. Wherever they went. I have to have two different little room infos because they only do squares. Well, I guess rectangles. So that does kind of limit the various shapes they can do. The rectangles. Too far. I used to be so proud of this particular blueprint. And now it's just like not as good as it was. Like it was one of my earlier spawners and it was pretty good at what it did, but well, I guess I want to make it so you can stand on these these windowsills without despawning everything. So these need to actually move over a little more than I think they do. Oh. Never do it that way. Always do it this way. Causes problems if you do it the other way. Sure. Alright, and then there's this one here. You make fun of using this standing desk more. I paid for it. You think I'd use it more? I was using it until the dizziness started about January, I think is when it started. Right around then I took a month off because of it. Just vanished for like an tournaments. I guess I really streamed on Twitch as long as I even thought. It's like a whole month I didn't stream. Do you have a different name? Why is the, well, first off, I don't need these on here. Why is... it changing? They're supposed to share the name, right? That's how it works. Yeah, they all count as a safari room. Oh, it's because the washroom one's too big. I'll just stick with the 68. I have a whole new section to play with in this room. You'd have to jump onto this. Oh yeah, this key got moved. There's a location. Now these two can go over here. I guess I don't know why they go over there. If I put two tables over here, then I should just have a big table, probably. Maybe a refreshment table. True. Well, when in doubt, always put the table and chair there so it's possible to do it, and then from there I can change it later on to be better. Well, technically, well, actually now it is possible because you can just jump onto there, but I still will use a bigger table. Wow. You're not quite that big. Might be too big of a table. So if I dump it back here, it kind of blocks the pathway there, right? You wouldn't be able to really walk behind there. Put the same table in here. It is. I could shrink it. Or actually these two tables next to each other, and it's technically possible this way, so. So if I'm doing that, I'm just gonna grab this table and move it over. So they're aligned. Maybe they can be separate like this. Why not? Still kind of weird to go through that area. Yep. Push us back against the wall though. I don't know why this goodie box is like barricaded. I don't know why it would matter. None of the other ones are. Like where it's blacked out. But if I move my calves and the ankles and more often, then I don't have as many health problems with them. Like they still hurt, and they almost feel like they're gonna give out periodically, which is weird, but they feel less bad, and they've never fallen over from it. But it does make standing in one place weird. Even though I'll walk like 10,000 steps in a day and just have this weird feeling like I'm gonna fall thing, and then just never do it. Health problems are wonderful. 10 out of 10. Oh, I need to check this here too. I consider having a giant version of a piano because this piano is just too small for a Poppet to jump on and effectively hit each key. But a giant version could have a puzzle. So maybe a later music room will have a giant piano on the ground. Oops. I don't think this is a possible jump. What the hell's that collision? Collision was atrocious. Sweet mother of God. What a terrible collision. All my homies hate that collision. Surprised I never noticed it before. Maybe this one's pretty big. I was thinking more like a giant floor one, like the kind of ones you could jump up and down on in real life, like that, you know, adults could jump up and down on. Just a big one. Except for I'd have like a weird contraption of, you know, steampunk thingies all around it to kind of power it, if you will. Okay, I do not want to do that. That is ugly. That's what I was thinking. Because right now the big problem is it looks like Poppet can stand on the keys, and she can, but she can't individually hit each key without stepping on multiple ones. So I need it to be big enough that she can jump up and down on for a music puzzle. I was gonna do it on that one, but I made him larger, and she's just too big. It's a weird thing to say about her, but she's in fact too big. Hear me out. She's too big. Also, the light cube that just spawns up in the his house over here, if you will. I could put it down somewhere else. I should put it up on a windowsill. I ain't sure how necessary the light cube is, but we'll put it here just for funsies. Yeah, I think that that'll be fun. And in the third chapter, since there's like a toy city, it'll probably be mildly fitting. Probably? I don't know. I did want a music puzzle in here, which sucks. I don't know what I'm gonna do about that, unless I want to restructure this, which I'm kind of restructuring it now. True. That is not possible. If you had double jump, it would be, but I've intentionally not enabled double jump just to test it out. It is possible. Hard, but possible. Or you can take the upper route, and that'll get you there too. I get you. You could also put Houdini like with your little tents and stuff instead of looking massive in the tent, the opposite way, look way bigger. They already did that earlier. Did you see the tour where I did it in a tent? I was gonna put it more places. Right here. I'm on top of the pipe. 1 second. What just happened? Alright, well, that was something that happened. Oh. Well, I'll show you. Jeez, how dare you not sit there like with your eyes just glued to the screen the entire time? What do you have, a life or something? Whatever. So yeah, you got these things like that, and you crawl inside there, and it's like doot doot doot, and you're like, well, it's not that the piano would have to physically just be larger. Like, she's not actually, she doesn't get smaller by going in here. It's just this area looks smaller, and then you come back out here and you're like, huh. But it doesn't make her smaller. It just makes her look smaller inside. I did consider having a way to shrink Poppet as an ability, but I haven't found the gameplay mode for it that would do anything. Yeah, tents are fun. I'm gonna probably make a small version of the like underneath here where everything's tiny and prevent the player from going above a certain height. I'm thinking that's the plan. You'll enter like a little pipe maze over here through this thing here, and then everything will be tiny. I'll put a thing out here. I don't know how well this will play out, but it might be interesting. Make the room larger the way she appears so shrunk. I mean, the room's already ginormous. How much larger I can make them? And all the rooms are ginormous. I am going to make the piano larger, but that's just because I'm going to make a giant floor one. Oh, there's a problem here. Oh, that's going to be such a pain. Full project backup. Finally, everything's working. It's working. Nice, nice. Well done. Oh. I'd have to create little boxes here or something like that. But I can't do the whole area. Well, I could, but I gotta do geo brushes through for every time there was a pipe that would go through this. I guess there's not that many of them. It'd be a real pain. Even if I did that, is this even like, would it be that fun? That's the question. Oh. That's actually more than enough height as is. You could go a little higher if I wanted. Alright, I'm just gonna do the thing that it doesn't sound particularly fun to have to do, but I'm gonna do it anyway. It doesn't sound fun to make. But I'm gonna do the thing just the same. Oh, it can't go all the way over. It has to cap. The other thing is it's going to have to... It's not really very easy to geo-brush out this section, so I'll have to... She has geophysics. Wait, what? I'm a proper animator here, thank you. I'll show you, she's got geophysics. Jeez. What are you, new here? She totally has jiggle physics. Boing. Because I'm a proper animator here. I have to do... Oh, for your AI. You too can be a proper animator. That's right. It's about knowing which regions do what actions and doing it the correct way. Never mind the fact that Poppet is not actually, you know, flesh and blood, is a sack doll, so probably wouldn't jiggle at all, actually. Because she's like a canvas material full of some sort of substance, which apparently involves blood. Don't question it. Never question. Unless you want to. I guess you can. I think I just cap it back here because there's not an easy way to really remove that necessarily. I'm going to do a separate one over here. And that blocks all these off. And then I just have to go through and basically cut holes in it every single location. Ugh, that sucks. How high do I want this? That's why it didn't sound fun to do. Because every box is going to have a hole cut in it. The other option is just to have more pipes along the ground. Probably go in a couple hours, I think. After that, I have to meet up with someone. Yeah, maybe I can make the flight hours today. Well, I could do it to this height, and then it is a whole underworld thing, and that is kind of cool. Then you'll be able to jump up on top of it and create like a mid-level too. You can break into a bunch of smaller ones too. Oops. I mean, it does give a whole new area to play in. And this is why I was saying I didn't need to add more rooms, because just look at all the extra areas I can add to play in. By just simply including, you know, extra weird places for her to wander. Not every traversal thing has to involve jumping either. Some involve destroying barriers. Or otherwise getting past an obstacle. Yeah, I guess I'm doing that. It just creates a whole new area up here to play around on. Really adds a lot to it, because otherwise this whole area is just wasted. And that is, this whole corner is just, why is that even there? But there's nothing exciting about it at all. I think sure over here. I think I'd only have the one level, and I think it's probably about that height. And I probably want another one over here. I might change it to small world. I call it Tiny Land. Right? Basically like saying small world without saying small world. Just so the mouse doesn't like do some sort of evil cackle appear from the shadows and sue me or something. I'm pretty certain that's the height I want. Now I can pipe my way up to here if I want. Well, some of these now appear up here. It opens that way, fair enough. The sharp angles and lettering in the workspace is difficult. I tried to select everything. Damn. I'm talking about the sharp angles on this and the lettering on the signs? Wait, what? Most of these came with packs. I guess I'm... It's gonna be really hard to get those angles, because you can't bend a GeoBrush. All you can do is just put regular ones in there, so I might have to have them be not perfect, because I don't really think there's another way around it. This was not designed for this setup. Let me use this material. Oh, wait. Oh, wait, no, I don't care about that, because I'm not dealing with that particular thing. I just needed the material. Now, I don't use any AI generated images or anything in here. I do have some AI generated voice samples. Those might get replaced with voice acting at some point, maybe. If I ever get this thing called a budget. Ain't nobody holding their breath on that one. I heard legend of people who had budgets, though. They lived the good life. Thanks. But yeah, I'm pretty good at using the tools they give me. That's true. It's my specialty. I'm just gonna put a pipe going up to this. That's how I'll do this. Like I said, I knew this was gonna be awkward and maybe not particularly pretty, but it'll be fun. I got a pipe. I like that. That was just the curtain. Oh, I gotta space this out a little more too. Unfortunately, I'm gonna have to play around a little bit with how this works. Really get a good angle in there. Now that's just a whole new area. This room is going to take so much longer as I do these things. Like I said, I got to go through and remove every single point where the pipes hit like this, so it's going to be a lot of work. Just for the pleasure of having this, and it's always never going to be perfect, but... It sticks through there. Still. Not horrible. Bigger than RuneScape? Oh my god. I mean, it's getting pretty big. Not about RuneScape big. I guess I don't really know the size of RuneScape, to be completely fair. But I would hope my single player game is not bigger than RuneScape. It'd be weird. Whenever I do this, I take multiple angles on this. It's just how it works. Not heavy though. I hope it's not heavy. As you can see, this is going to be a lot of these. Once I get above it, shouldn't be too bad, but everything at this level is going to be a travesty. Actually, a square might be just as good. Like, I don't really need cylinders per se. I guess they match the pipes a little better. It's just a small section that's going to be a problem. Wish I planned this maze a little better for this. Might have helped. Got the RuneScape app to work on cell phone. Finish tab if you play. It's MeBS up to Minimap up to Meebs up to a Minimap of 1.6 and 4 remote it. Face up screen which is 7 results. You have a max draft everything you have. It's cool. Surprised RuneScape doesn't have a mobile version, given that it's, you know, pretty low-end graphics. You'd think it would be not a problem, but not true. This pipe does not align. Wow. I didn't realize this pipe didn't align. Really? Oh, that's awkward. Can't really change it now. And then I removed my 2003. I see. $2,000 piece of shit. That doesn't sound like a piece of shit at all. Sounds kind of expensive. I have questions. That annoys me that this doesn't match up, but not much I can do about it now. Without completely remaking everything. I'm loath to do. $20.6 horrible. Draw, I'm not save and buy everything. You included? I see. Yeah, the aspect ratio on all these mobile things isn't so hot. Fine if it was made for it, not so hot when it's not. But this is so haphazard, I almost don't want to have the holes there. I almost want to just make it where it's just a giant hole. I'm just gonna block the whole thing. Or just put no ground over there at all. It's kind of restricted otherwise. We see. Struggle is definitely real in the world of tablets and RuneScape. In Ducky Land. But for other reasons. Never question that which is Ducky Land. And it has their own intentional development. I mean, sometimes you gotta stab that remote. I move a couple of these duckies. There's so many of them. Head over here too. Thanks for watching, consumer. How's it going? Okay. I'll just select that, but I think I just get over this and then I've gotten almost every one of these so far. There's so many to go through. Yeah, I don't actually know why I'm using these ones. There's no need. I can just use the squares. Makes hate me as usual. I should stand more than I'm doing. Let's make a point of standing, like, you know, more and more during the streams. Maybe not for the whole streams. We'll work my way back up to it since they. Ah. My feet like to just go completely numb. It's like, cool, neat. Happens to all my limbs and head periodically, but happens to them more than everywhere else. It's very annoying. Alright, Ducky lands, so I just need to do that one, and then this one blocked. I gotta. I guess I did this one. I just need to do the inside of here, huh? I think that's everywhere besides those two locations. Actually, it's just that problem. I can't believe I didn't notice this. Maybe I do something to hide it or something. After I test this, I'll take a quick bio break. Fix right there. I'll rate that a little better too, for that matter. Oops. There too. Yes, you can see. Depends. I'm gonna use DAS to create a lot of the characters, and then some of the stuff like the walls and a lot of Poppet's weapons and all that. A lot of the simple shapes were made with geometry brushes inside of the engine. This maze was made inside of the engine. These pipes were made inside of the engine, and they can do with like splines and things like that. Where contraptions are just built out of parts in the engine. But for the most part, everything I use is either Unreal Engine or DAS for the characters. And only the humanoid characters. I didn't make the voodoo dolls. I cannot claim credit for those wonderful things, sadly. At some point I'm going to learn Unreal Engine's own modeling stuff too. Because it has a model mode. Or modeling mode, and I just haven't learned it yet. It's on the list. Behind materials. Looks like these are... Oh, well, that one's not very good. I hate that this is a problem here. I can't undo it now. So that's got to be fixed right there, and then... I think that's everything at that point. Oh, nope, this little hole here. I gotta fix that one spot, and then everything's good. Oh, I'm not using a modeling add-on at all. There is a modeling mode. You can actually go up to this, and you can go to modeling. And it has all these modeling things, but I'm just using geometry brushes. They're available whenever you want them. They're just simply up here. You go to geometry and you pick the shape you want, and then they work by adding positive and negative shapes together. The negative shapes take away from the positive shapes. So like here I have a negative cylinder, and the cylinder moves around, and look, it takes away from the positive rectangular, or I guess box is the case maybe. And a lot of things are made in the end, just made by doing this. You'd be surprised how useful this is. And later on you just merge them into static meshes and Give him collision. I should choose the auto-generated collision. I don't really hand collision anything. Not if I can avoid it anyway. And this is... I guess technically this should have evaporated that if it was a collision issue, so yeah, I guess it's just that one spot. That took way longer than expected. Not really, I mean, I expected it to take quite a while. And I'm sure I'll be tweaking it a bunch as time goes by, but... it's coming along. These two are overlapping a bit. All the adjacent surfaces. My ankles hate me. Made them way photorealistic? Oh. I don't know if I call these that photorealistic. I'd say they're okay. I'd probably say they're a little more stylized than photorealistic. Oh, I forgot to do this. That was the thing I was planning on doing. I wanted to fix the thing on here. Yeah, GeoBrush is just let you have whatever texture you want to. And you can resize them on there. Once you make them a static mesh, they lose all that, but until then, good for prototyping too, but I'm a heathen. I just use them for making half the game. That's because I don't really know how to use Blender or the modeling stuff inside of Unreal Engine. Oh, I should have made this match by just simply making these one large one instead. And then having a negative to get rid of the one I don't want. I'd have to have... well, I could do one negative here and it'd achieve exactly the same result and it would look better than what I currently have, which is this grossness. Alright, I talked myself into it. A little wider than that. Zoom in. Can you see your photos things? Sometimes exactly lives. Makes your style of games. Use Lumen and depending upon your computer so you can get more accurate shadows and stuff. I mean, I don't want realistic or photorealistic at all. When you aim for that, sure, but my game's about, you know, toys coming to life at night and fighting to the death. Realism has no place in my world. Like, it's just actively bad because, you know, it takes people out of the whole fantasy aspect of it where it's like, wait, this is just such an absurd world. Also, you know, Lumen's not particularly good at lighting and Nanite is not very good at optimization. I said it. Actually, a lot of people said it. It's not even like a weird stance. I actually disabled both. Purely because they were very heavy and Lumen didn't look very good. You can make Lumen look better, I'm sure, but it makes it too dark for my game to be playable, making it not the best. So you Unreal I mean, to watch some tutorials for sure. Oh, that's fair. I mean, you know, Rome wasn't built in a day. The way I learned to use the engine was I just simply followed a bunch of like how to do this tutorials, like how to make a game tutorial. And then I started adding in features I wanted. So I'd find another tutorial to try to add in that feature. And then in doing that, because they don't start at square one, I'd have to try to figure out how to mesh them. And each new tutorial I added into the mix would get harder and harder and harder and require more and more experimentation to learn. And that's how I learned to do things and why I'm pretty good at just figuring it out as I go, because that's always how I've learned it. I'm a tinkerer. I could Photoshop PR, whereas code that makes the game with more accurate shadows, light, and surface. Why would I do this thing? I have so many questions. Actually, actually, it's just one question. Why would I do this thing? I actually hate photorealism in games. Makes it seem like not a game, like I should just go outside. It's actually, in a way, ugly to me, I think is the best way to put it. It's just... a game has, like, no soul, essentially. Because it looks too real, to the point where it just looks like outside. And you know what I don't like? Outside. You see where this is not something I'll be reminded about? I mean, geez, people. Don't you understand? I'm like a shut-in who does game dev all day. It's this outside crap people be looking at. What the hell's that? How do you have good experience with all those different types of videos? Yeah. I started with like a 2D platformer, and the funny part is that, you know, I had to take a big huge break from the engine. That's not funny, but that's what it is. I had to take a big huge break because of health problems, right? And it was like 2.5 years essentially. When I came back, I didn't have the dumpster fire project that came out later. I did have the very first project that I was learning how to do stuff in, which was it started as the Unreal 4's 2D platformer, a 2D side scroller based project. And it had a bunch of stuff there, so to figure out how to do things, I looked at that thing and went from there. And do you know which project that is? This one. I actually just kept building it. It's actually the very first project I've done in Unreal Engine. It just worked out like that. Did you know what the real dead giveaway is? That it's that? The thing that she really shows it? If you look at the base directory for all my stuff, 2D side scroller VP. Because if I try to change that, it has to do a whole bunch of reference changes for everything in here, and it'll just crash. So, it turns out, yeah. This project has been pumped through so many versions of Unreal Engine. So many. I had another one that was more advanced, but it also... gosh, it's the one that taught me a lot of the 3D stuff. It was a dumpster fire. It had a lot of problems. I ended up deleting it because I had so many issues with it, and I thought it was corrupted and couldn't be fixed. Now I could probably have fixed it, but this was years later, and I was wasting a lot of time on a project that was going nowhere. Might as well do it right here, you know. I will still one day make that project, but unless Poppet Quest is amazing, in which case I will not do the other thing. I will just make Poppet Quest forever. And everyone will love it. It'll be great. I'll make all the monies or something. Sure. I mean, maybe. Hope so. Could you imagine if everyone loved my game? There would be DLC after DLC. I probably give away a bunch of free ones, because as long as people keep joining and buying my game, I don't really care if they pay extra for DLC. Like, I'm totally fine with giving away free DLC if it means more people buy the base game. Basically the same thing that they did with Bloodstained, where there was like 14 DLCs for free. before they finally started charging for some of the ones. That's a lot of free DLCs there, bucko. I think that's the goods right there. I haven't even played a lot of them. Does it break any updates? I mean, when you update, you're going to have to deal with some problems. Pretending otherwise, like sometimes the updates are pretty easy, but there's always things that are going to be changed, and depending upon the amount of features you make use of, the more likelihood you're going to run into a bug that's going to make your life not great for a bit. And in my case, like for this particular version of Unreal, there was the text bug. I guess I'm just gonna have to accept this can never be as perfect as I want to be because I didn't design it in a way that would make it perfect. So the text bug is because I'm using this 3D text plugin that is in beta that Epic made, and they redid how it worked. They changed some options on it. So now if you had any of them in the world, the blueprints wouldn't compile. Like if you had them in a blueprint, it wouldn't compile. Okay. And if you had any in the world, that map was corrupted. So if you didn't put it in a blueprint, God help you, because you couldn't find the other thing ever again. It would never show up. It was an incredible pain. And the fix for it, like if you were dumb enough to make changes to it or like save it, congratulations, you just corrupted your project. Like you could no longer open the project, it would just crash on startup. So you had to go through and they used to set the text variable as just a variable, it's just set text. Instead it became a new function you had to do. Show it on this one. Yeah, you had to do the set text function instead of, otherwise it used to just be the set text variable. And you had to replace every single one of these things with the new version. So you had to basically just delete it out, add them all again. And really what they changed was this here with the materials. It used to be you just had one thing here with textures, but it added all these instead. And I just put custom to have textures again. You know, so, well, yeah. So I had to go through and do that, and there's used in so many blueprints in my project. I use the 3D text basically everywhere. That's how I do the insanity and everything like that. That's how I do signs in the world and stuff. I mean, they're just these signs on every door. I mean, like, it's all over the place. Because it just saves a bunch of money, and then I just can have these things in the world. Very good. But yeah, that was the dumpster fire that happened with this one. I don't recall anything bad in 5.5 that was like so atrocious. I think I just updated and like I don't remember anything that bad. I remember enabling megalights and jumping for joy because megalights was, you know, the real deal. 5.4 itself came with a huge amount of bugs that are still here to this day, and was widely regarded as one of the biggest, you know, garbage releases in recent memory of Unreal Engine. It did come with a game animation sample. Well, it didn't come with it, but that project got released around then, and that was why I switched to 5.4. Oh, that's right. The game animation sample had a memory leak in it too in 5.4. They fixed it in 5.5. Yeah. I'm glad you can, Cody H. What was it you can do? Yeah, it was... Oh, yeah. Well, they're already talking about 5.7, which, you know, if 5.7 just fixed all the problems with the other ones, it'd be amazing, but Epic doesn't do that. What Epic really does is make a new hype feature that's an experimental or beta phase, and then they kick it out to the world. It's not game ready. You shouldn't use it. They even have things saying don't use it, but that's what they advertise the version of the engine with. And then they never fix it, and they just release the next one. So a lot of the stuff, we'll call that the nanites and lumens of the world, aren't really game ready at all. Like, they have so many problems. It's like, their water plugin is still in beta, and it showed up in Unreal 4.26. So I mean, you just use it and hope. That's how you do with a lot of their things. Like the game animation sample, it's got experimental plugins in it. I'm using it. Too good. I mean, I need it. Oh, okay. I hope so. I should have looked over there when you said it. But yeah, maybe. I can believe it too. Everyone will love my game. Hopefully. It's got a long ways to go. But I keep adding improvements, so the fun things that really help out. You know, the duckies of the world, where you just toss it in because it's a rubber ducky. And why wouldn't you like a rubber ducky? Who doesn't like rubber duckies? Now, this is much better than it was. I mean, this part here kind of sucks. I could probably get it a little cleaner there if I feel like it. And I probably will before all is said and done. And they just added 1 million new brushes to this map. 19 of them? Jesus. Thankfully, it's just in here. And I can run around on top of this. Yay! And then I'm gonna put all this little tiny crap below it, so everything looks small. So you can go in and out there. I gotta fix that so it's a little nicer. Well, I guess I didn't check that spot. Oh, you can enter here too. Hell yeah. Oh, I gotta fix that. Oh, I love this now. There's just so much new to do. Now when you drop out, you're like, woohoo, and you're just here. If you had double jump, you could actually jump back up. Alright, I'm gonna fix this real fast, then I'm gonna go take a bio break real fast. I most certainly could use one right about now. Actually, this could have been so much cleaner. I probably just need to have like pipe and pipe that way, or like square and square. Anyway, I'll be right back. Because I definitely, yeah. Bye bye. Are they tripping over this curtain here? So things being blown towards me. Maybe I'll switch back to sitting. My legs hate me now. 1 second. Alright. I'm not sure I'm going to do the tiny land thing here. I guess maybe I can finally use all those circus tents. I could put a floor here, but if I do that, then I have to, well, I don't have to do anything necessarily, do I? A fake floor? Oh, I guess I should put the camera back on. All the cool kids have cameras. I guess I inadvertently said every VTuber is not cool by saying that, because, well, they probably own a camera too, right? Because their camera follows them. True. Alright. So, I mean, I could just have a giant thing across the whole bottom here. The good news is this is very easy to do. And I don't think any of the pipes are low enough for it to interact with it, so it'll just be... Oh, standing that high is not going to matter. Clearly I thought there was an enemy because of this. Tricked, scammed. Am I doing the polka dots or am I doing something else? This isn't even from a circus thing. This is once again the glorious thing that is the Victorian house with its 9 million like assets, and it has like 500 assets. It was like the best thing Epic's ever given me. Changed the entire face of my game. I even learned interaction from it. It was just amazing. I don't know if I have any circus ones that are tileable. Most materials aren't, but every once in a while you encounter a bunch of tileable ones and they're the greatest thing ever. Because then you can just put them on geo brushes to make all kinds of silly things that should not be. EP Master Materials had a bunch too. But theirs were largely not that useful with the exception of a couple. Mostly the metal. It was the first time I had metal. So I could do my pipes and everything. So that one material was basically the greatest thing ever. Everything else, eh. I can instant carpet it. Just so it doesn't look like the same thing from above and below. Probably shoot for another hour after that. I have to meet someone. I'll get full 8 hours. Roughly. You know, it's got like a cave feel. Yay! It doesn't feel as empty. Plus you can fall into it. Okay, I can't use the exact same size because I want it to go across the thing. I don't want the top one to go across the thing. Well, I mean, it could. There's nothing stopping it. As long as I put a thing to make it so the door could go through, but I think that it's fine as it is. But I do want the one across the bottom. Over time I keep replacing this with carpets. I should have checked how far apart that was. Oh, it's close enough. I do so love designing levels. Honestly, I love just about everything about game dev, with the exception of sound design. And the only reason I like sound design is I have to listen to every single file and see if it's the one I like, what I want it to sound like. It takes forever. Like, I don't mind applying them, and they're cool once you put them in and everything, but man. It's not like music tracks where you can just listen to it as you're going along or whatever, and it's kind of nice. It's kind of headache inducing after a while. So, not my favorite. Don't get me wrong, I've done plenty of things that, jobs that are much worse than, sound design. It's not like I hate it that much, but if I had to pick a least favorite discipline in all of game dev, it is most certainly sound design. Well, okay, you know what? Never mind. I can think of something that's more obnoxious than sound design. And that is having to input all the information for all your items and everything, like all the text and UI things. Like, making the UI is fun. Populating the UI with a whole bunch of information about things, not so fun. Like right now, I still have to go through and put in information for each what the items do in the game. And I haven't done that yet for a reason. I'm just saying. Still not the worst thing. My regular job is so much more boring than the most boring anything game dev has to offer. Like, I don't care how tedious something is. My regular job is so much more boring than it. Weird. Oh, never mind. This is actually governed not by the room spawner. It's governed by the Puppet Master. My actual dream is eventually to turn the Puppet Master into a thing that's completely modular to the point where I can just... Oh, not modular. It just drop it here and it just drop chips a level right on into anything I need. Mobile Legends, maybe I played... I don't even have time to play games. I haven't played like hardly anything in years. Sadly. I don't know if that's sad. I actually just enjoy doing this so much that I never spend much time with anything else. Oh, obsession. If I didn't have you, would I have anything? It's the secret of my game dev power. And my greatest weakness at the same time. Oh, that reminds me of making a note. We add in NPCs. Which one is number one? No means of viewing it in the world. Okay, well, life hating is the key. Copy this location. I'm gonna dupe something and drop it at the location and see if I can find it. Come with me, little sign. I need you for a second. So that's one. Oops, undo that. Don't paste location there. Paste location here. This should probably be listed in the 20 minutes too. I don't know if any of these are or not. They should be. Oh, they are. I don't think I'm going to change it anytime soon, but just in case, I think I'll leave it the same for now. The sitting was almost a mistake. Legs might have hurt, but I was much more awake while standing. I guess I only have 50 more minutes that I can stream. Wants to meet me at 4:15. Then make it 4 o'clock when I stopped. You may have time to set up to meet. Oh, to set up and meet him. Should have probably turned the lights on for all that designing. I don't know why I didn't. Oh. Characters just not running for club and get it to 1080 to live textures. I see. Like 4 days of that, can you play a game or something? Yeah. Thanks for swinging by. Hanging out and chatting. Good luck with the game. And getting the thing to display at a better thing. Yep, I will finish this eventually. Till then, it's gonna be a hell of a ride. Hmm. 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 Oh. It's really awkward to run through. Always really easy to fall through. Not that it super matters. That makes that less awkward though. I don't know if I need these little things at the front. They kind of look weird. No, they just have a fog. So they don't connect to anything. At least all these are spawning without problems, or at least these two.
I think he's just printing these balls here. Whatever on the deck keys. Exactly, JG, exactly. What am I doing? Where aren't you spawning? I think it was a bad decision. My legs are happier, but now I'm just like all tired. This is the other one. Oh, this place now is like blanking on what it's even doing. which is fun. Just terrible location, the wrong direction, too big probably. Yeah, lots of issues. I go back to move things around. My brain does not want to think anymore. It's like, I'm like, it's for everybody. Maybe I make another half an hour. Maybe. Doing some great last night, but man, I was spacing out. So, Working on interesting is on. Maybe I'll raid out a little earlier than I thought. Oh. Shiny Bees on. You know what? I think I'm going to raid out a little earlier today. Wow. Later than yesterday. I'm just kind of spacing out and gotta get up and move around so I can wake up to meet up with that guy and do work, so ugh. No, I'll be back tomorrow, like, I don't know, about 7.5 hours earlier than this. For those who don't know, the game's called Poppet Quest. Just like what you saw, follow, subscribe, join the Discord wish list or something if you want. You don't have to. Either way, I'm just happy you're here. And yeah, say goodbye to the people on YouTube and Kick, and then raid out on Twitch. Bye bye people on YouTube and Kick.